Senior Advocate of Nigeria, distinguished members of the ECNBA, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, Aisha Ado Abdullahi, Mr. Basil Udotai, and Mabel Ekeke, national officers of the NBA here present, our candidates for the various offices of the NBA, senior advocates of Nigeria here present, learned seniors, colleagues in the room, members of the media, our colleagues also who are joining us online, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ECNBA, I want to warmly welcome you all to this ECNBA's Manifesto Day and Presidential Debates. My name is Shola Sheyele. I am a lawyer and a TV host with Channels Television, and it's my pleasure to moderate this event, this all-important event. It promises to be interesting and informative, and we have a long day ahead of us, so I'm going to cut to the chase and go straight to the business of the day. But before we go into the program proper, I'm going to bring up a member of the ECNBA, Aisha Ado Abdullahi, for the NBA prayers. Aisha, please. Thank you.
Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men and women, and our country. Amen. Thank you, Shola.
Thank you, Aisha. Now, to set the stage for this all-important, please can we minimize the movement? To set the stage for this all-important event and give proper context to why we are here and why the ECNBA is doing this, please welcome with me the chairman of the ECNBA, Mr. Ayodele Akintunde, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Shola. Good morning, distinguished candidates, distinguished members of the Nigerian Bar Association. Permit me to stand on the protocol as established by our moderator, Shola Sheyele. It's my privilege and honor this morning to welcome you to the Manifesto Day and Presidential Debate of candidates for the national offices of the Nigerian Bar Association, as well as candidates, MBA representatives into the General Council of the Bar. This is one of the activities that the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association has scheduled to enable candidates discuss, elucidate on their manifestos, and allow the presidential candidates and some of the offices to have an extensive debate as to their programs for the Nigerian Bar Association and members of the Nigerian Bar Association. Firstly, I want to thank all of you for your cooperation thus far in this electoral process. Before we got to today, there are quite a number of things, a number of milestones that we have all gone through. The publication of the notices, the election guidelines, nominations, qualification of candidates, disqualification of candidates, appeal by those disqualified, appointment of the technical support consultant, appointment of the ICT provider, publication of the list of qualified candidates, publication of the list of eligible voters. So this is a significant progress that we have made in the electoral process. And this opportunity today affords lawyers to meet the candidates. It affords the lawyers the opportunity to hear from the candidates, and it affords the candidates the opportunity to tell lawyers how they want to advance the legal profession and the Nigerian Bar Association. So I urge you, I welcome you on behalf of my indefatigable members of the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, who have been working tirelessly, sleepless nights for us to arrive at this event today. I can assure you that all hands have been on deck. No stone is being left unturned to ensure that we deliver to you a controversy-free, transparent, and credible election. And we will continue to enjoin you to work with us. It is not us against you. It is a journey that we are holding our hands together to get to the promised land. I can tell you that it has not been easy. We have had our challenges. Some of the people who are disqualified are not happy with us. But you will see that even though we disqualified them, they had the opportunity to appeal. And all the appeals were upheld. So we do not have any agenda against anybody. Some of the disqualified candidates are trying to intimidate us, intimidate members of the committee. I don't see any reason for that. We are all working towards delivering for MBA a credible election. So there is nobody has any agenda here. I can assure you and beat my chest for my members, for the committee members, that we do not have any agenda, but only one agenda, that we will have free, fair, credible elections so that we can redeem our image as lawyers, that we can organize elections and we can show the public that the MBA is an organization that abides by the rule of law and can organize credible elections. So once again, I welcome you. I urge you, let us have orderliness in the hall. As lawyers, we are all gentlemen of the profession. I urge supporters to please be orderly. the moderator will read out the ground rules with respect to the audience. Please let us act with all sense of responsibility and decorum today. We are here to learn. We are here to be educated by the candidates, and let us listen to them. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Once again, I welcome you. Let us have a good time here today. Thank you. Before I leave the stage, may I ask that distinguished and indefatigable members of the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, please, I would like you to stand up for recognition, and please clap for them. Mr. Basil Udotai, Ajia Aisha Adu Abdullahi, there Mrs. Mabel Ibeke, and Professor Chidi Odikalo, I believe he's joining us online. Thank you very much. Let us have fun today. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard Chairman. Thank you, Leonard Silk. I believe he deserves another round of applause. The ECNBA has promised that we're going to have a controversy-free, fair, and credible elections, and that's something to look forward to. And elections that will be the talk of the town and worthy and commendable to other members of the society. Now, before we start, before we go into the program proper, I'm going to set some ground rules. We're going to stick to time because we have a long day ahead of us. We are going to stick to time, and I'm going to enforce that. Each candidate has 2 minutes to speak, and the candidates are required to stick to time. Please, 2 minutes, yes, 2 minutes. There will be no cheering, no booing. We're not going to allow nominees or surrogates participate in place of the candidates. No placards, no posters, no stickers or any other campaign materials should be displayed while candidates are speaking. Candidates may not interrupt one another. That's the moderator's responsibility, one I plan to enforce. And the candidates will remain in their designated position for the duration of the session. It's interesting to note that this event has already generated a lot of interest online, so please let's all cooperate to make it as seamless as possible. Now I'm going to bring up the General Counsel for the Northern Bar. You have 2 minutes to speak. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you would like the bar to know about you. I don't know if members of the General Counsel of the Northern Bar who are present in the room, can we have you come up stage? Candidates for the General Counsel for the Northern Bar. Do we have any candidates in the room? Do we have other candidates joining us online? CMB. What's your name, sir? Okay. That's Theophilus. Okay. Okay, please. I'm just waiting for confirmation if we have other candidates joining us online. Do we have other candidates joining us online? Technical code. How many? 4 candidates joining us online. 4. Okay, thank you. So we have 4 others joining us online. You're going to speak for 2 minutes. I'm going to start with you because you're here in the room. Please stick to time. We have a timer, yes? Yes, we have a timer. So as soon as it's 2 minutes, we'll cut off the audio and then we'll go to those online. Thank you.
For want of time, let me just go straight to greet the chairman and members of the ECNBA, learned senior advocates here present, and all other members. I want to welcome you very specially. Contesting for General Counsel of the Bar, representing the North. I feel just to mention that I have already been part and parcel of the MBA to be able to know exactly what is expected of me. I have served in various capacities, the last being that I was the 3rd National Vice President of the MBA 2018 to 2020, and I was in charge of the North. I was able to move from place to place, and I've already know exactly what is happening in North. Also, I have served as chairman of the branch, Makurdi branch. I have served as secretary of Makurdi branch. I have served as member planning committee conference in 2014. I have served on member LPDC, and I have also served as member of disciplinary committee in the branch for 8 years. Gentlemen, the General Counsel of the Bar is like the parliament of the MBA. If there is anything that really calls for experience, I think this is one very thing that we should be able to look at experience. And looking at all of these things, and then studying and knowing exactly, having worked with the MBA and having known and studied all of these things, I think if I come in, I should be able to add value to whatever is going to happen. And so I call on all of us to be able to look at experience more in this area so that we can have the people who can be able to really, when they form the General Counsel of the Bar, to be able to help us in whatever way that we can. I thank you, and I solicit that we will be able to do what is right so that we can be proud of it. I have always been with you in the North. It is time for all of us to be able to ride around so that you can bring me on board to be able to also represent you at the General Counsel of the Bar. I thank you very much. My name is Igba Theophilus Tehile from Makurdi branch. Igba Theophilus Tehile. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So someone just corrected me that there's nothing like General Counsel of the Northern Bar. Just say General Counsel of the Bar. I apologize. Takes some getting used to. So we have 4 other candidates joining us online. I've been told to tell you to please use your names when you join us so that it's easy to identify you and let you in so that we can take you up to speak. So are we ready to go? Please use your names, if your actual names. Don't use aliases if you're joining us online. So it's easy to identify you and bring you up. So we'll take the other 4 candidates online.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and other ECNBA members, Leonard Silks, seniors, colleagues, and fellow contestants. My name is Asma Muhammad Suleiman from Kano branch. As introduced, I am vying for MBA representative to the General Counsel of the Bar. As you all know, General Counsel of the Bar is a place where policy making experience is required. I have experience in policy making, having worked on different policies with various organizations. As provided in the MBA Constitution, one of the duties of the General Counsel of the Bar is the review of the Legal Practitioners Act. I will ensure that the peculiar interests of the lawyers, especially the northern region where I will be representing, is protected in reviewing the LPA. As a female lawyer from the North, I observe that female lawyers from the North are underrepresented, particularly in policy making. Therefore, when you elect me, I will do my best to represent the General Bar, lawyers from the North, especially the female lawyers. Thank you all for trusting me. I look forward to the election. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It would be good if our candidates can put on their video so that we can put faces to the names that we also see and the voices that we hear. So I want to encourage those of us joining online, as much as possible, please let's put on our video so that we can identify you and see you. Can we take another candidate?
Hello.
Mr. Mohammed, we can hear you. Please go on. You have 2 minutes. I believe this is Mohammed Mongunu. Mr. Mongunu, please go on. We can hear you. If he's not ready, can we take someone else? Do we have someone else online? No?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, some technical issues here. Mohammed Monguno is my name. I was called to the bar in 1986. I served as Attorney General of Borno State. I was also elected as chairman of Maiduguri branch of the NBA. I had served on the National Executive Committee of the Bar Association between 2001 and 2003, and subsequently as a branch representative on NEC. I was a member representing the NBA on the General Council, on the Body of Dentures. I served on the Council of Legal Education. I had also served under Mr. Yusuf Ali SAN as a member of the NBA Anti-Corruption Commission. Now, my detailed profile and what I intend to do if elected to that position has been uploaded on the ECNBA platform. For time constraints, I will not be able to run through them. But basically, I am concerned about some aspect of our rules of professional conduct because of the deficiencies that are there regarding what happens when a lawyer wants to fold up his practice leave. And then what are the provisions that we have regarding cryptocurrencies, digital assets, and these are germane going by what is happening globally. So we need to walk through all this. And then we've been challenged recently by the NFIU regarding disclosures with accounts of our clients and things like that. These are matters of great concern to all of us in this profession. But most importantly, integrity matters to all of us in all that we do. Without that, the bar suffers, we ourselves suffer, and it is for this reason that I feel the most honorable position today in the NBA is the General Counsel of the Bar, not even as a national officer of the Bar. I offered myself to serve, and I look forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to hear from Agada Mercy Ijato. You have 2 minutes, please. Agada Mercy Ijato, if you can hear me, you're next. Agada Mercy Ijato. You're up next if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
please.
hear me, please?
Yes, please, go ahead. Your time is counting.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Mercy Ijato Agada. Okay, my name is Mercy Ijato Agada. I was called in 2007. I have served the bar in so many capacities, both at the branch, state, and national levels. I was the treasurer Nigerian Bar Association Otukpo branch in 2014 to 2016. I have been a member of the Justice Sector Reform Committee, Benue State, in 2016 to 2018. I was also a member of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law Draft Committee, Benue State, 2017 to 2018. Chairman, Continuing Legal Education Committee, Nigerian Bar Association Otukpo Branch, 2016 to 2018. Technical Committee on Conference Planning, 2017 to 2018. Member, Benue State Legal Year Planning Committee, 2016 to 2017. Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association Otukpo Branch, 2016 to 2018. And I am currently the National Treasurer of the NBA. When elected as a member of the representative to the General Council of the Bar, I shall uphold the provisions of the Constitution of the Association and duties of the General Council of the Bar as enshrined in the LPA to the best of my ability. I will work with the AGF and other members of the General Council of the Bar to facilitate the amendment of rules governing the legal profession to meet up with international best practices and present situation. As we all know, some of our rules are obsolete and they need amendment. When elected, I will bring my experience to bear in the general management of the affairs of the association, subject to the provisions of the Constitution of the NBA. I present myself to you all with my experiences to vote for me as a representative of the NBA to the General Council of the Bar. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just gotten confirmation that there's no one else online for the position of General Counsel from the Northern Bar. Quick announcement. There's a car outside that needs to be reparked. Number plate ABC 939MR. Please kindly help us go outside and repark. I believe we're moving on to Assistant Publicity Secretary. batches. So I've been told that we're going to break up the zones and split them to make for easy flow. We're going to go, we have we have candidates for the Assistant Publicity Secretary in the room, yes? Assistant Publicity Secretary in the room. Yes, so we'll take the Assistant Publicity, candidates for the Assistant Publicity Secretary, and then go on to the General Counsel. Sorry, any comments? Assistant Publicity Secretary, please come up. Candidates, Assistant Publicity Secretary. Mr. Charles Ajiboye Olawale, please join us on stage. Learned seniors, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the candidates for the Assistant Publicity Secretary, Mr. Nwoye Akachukwu Anthony and Mr. Ajiboye Charles Olawale. Mr. Akachukwu Anthony, please go first. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, LNSL. Good morning, the ECNBA, and good morning, everyone. My name is Akachukwu Anthony Nwoye. I'm a member of Nigerian Bar Association, Gwagwalada branch, the immediate past secretary of Nigerian Bar Association, Gwagwalada branch. I've been the assistant publicity secretary, and before that, vice chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum. My name and what I stand for is service to the bar. I have done it since I joined the Nigerian Bar Association Gwagwalada branch, as well as my stay from 2020 to 2022 at the National Executive Council. I am such a person that presents myself for service at all times. My key word is always service. If I must take up a responsibility, I must be sure that I will be available to do it. What I am begging the Nigerian lawyers is to give me opportunity to serve. I am going to be, if elected, the assistant to the president, the vice president, to all officers of the National Executive Committee, that's the national officers, because I am always available. I stay in Abuja here. Those who know my track record will see, if not because of, maybe because of the manifesto presentation, I won't be saying this, but I need to say them because I've been given opportunity to say them. I am for service, and that is what I live, that is what I sleep, and that is I wake up to do, service. And give me the opportunity within this time, and I will serve the bar meritoriously. Thank you.
Are we ready? Timer ready? Mr. Charles Ajiboye, please let's hear you. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can a man change the world? No. But if he attempts it and he gets others like him to join him, then the world will be changed. Can an assistant publicity secretary change the NBA? No. But then if he attempts it and he gets others to join him, he can. My name is Charles Ajiboye. I'm a one-time publicity secretary of the NBA Ikeja branch, a former chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum of NBA Ikeja branch. I'm privileged to be a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, of the Chartered Institute of Auctioneers. I'm an associate of the Chartered Institute of Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. I'm offering myself to serve as the Assistant Publicity Secretary of the NBA. I have not come to tell you beautiful things that I would not do, because the NBA Constitution already provides that my job is to assist the Publicity Secretary, and indeed the President and members of the National Executive Council of the NBA. That's what I'm going to do. But their job is to protect and promote the image and to be the voice of the bar. That is what I intend to do in my 14-point manifesto. I have circulated that manifesto and it's sitting on the ECNBA website. I intend to ensure that the online presence of the NBA is much more than it is now. The social media presence, vlogging, ensuring that NEC bundles and indeed the communique of NEC is summarized and abridged in a way that members can relate with it. I intend to ensure that members of each branch of NBA, they have sufficient visibility, not only at the time of election by candidates, but indeed from the central body, which is the Nigerian Bar Association. It is called Mission 014, and Mission 014 is not one that we can finish in 2 minutes. But indeed, if you are interested in the future of NBA, let's do this together and go through Mission 014. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. You may go back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, candidates for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary, Mr. Ajiboye Charles Olawale and Mr. Nwoye Akachukwu Anthony. I understand that we skipped a candidate for the General Counsel of the Bar, Northern Rep, so we'll take that person now. Mr. Bello Abdul Ganiu. If you can hear me, you're up next. You have 2 minutes to speak to us.
I can hear you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, learners, seniors and colleagues. My name is Bello Abdugani. I'm contesting for the post of NEC Rep at the General Counsel of the Bar. I was called to the bar. Yes. I was called to the bar in year 2000. Since then, I've been in private legal practice. I've served the MBA in various capacity. The latest being the branch chairman, MBA Lorraine branch. I have served before now as general secretary of the branch from 2007 to 2009. I equally served as financial secretary of the branch 2005 to 2007, and I also served as assistant general secretary from 2003 to 2005. I will be glad if you can vote me in as NEC Rep to represent the Nigerian Bar Association, at the General Council of the Bar. As an active member of the NBA, I have the interest in art, and I believe I will do everything possible to see that our bar continue to progress as required. My duty, the duties of the General Counsel of the Bar will be upheld as required, and I promise not to let you down. Thank you. Thank you.
So now we'll move on to General Counsel of the Bar, Eastern Zone, Eastern representatives. Do we have any of the contestants in the room? General Counsel of the Bar, Eastern representatives. Any more? In the room? Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. How many do we have online? Sorry, what's your name, sir? So we'll start with you, Mr. Nebuka Onyebuchi. 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ebuka Nwaize, and I aspire to be elected as a member representing the MBA in the General Council of the Bar. As we all know, the duty is simple. The duty is as well important to represent the views of the MBA, the views as agreed. I offer myself as the conduit to deliver effectively the views and the positions of the MBA in the General Council in taking decisions as we regulate our bar and to uphold the integrity of our profession. We all know that our rules have been besought by different controversies, and it is the duty of the General Council to put all those controversies to rest. I offer myself as one having the presence of mind to guide and to participate effectively in the deliberations of the General Council for the most outstanding outcomes as we make our bar very proud. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Ebuka, also known as Ebuka Nwaize, and I offer myself, do send me. Thank you very much.
I am the immediate past Vice Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Aba Branch. I was called to the bar in 2006. As the Vice Chairman of Aba Branch, my track record speaks for itself. Before I was elected the Vice Chairman of Aba Branch and the Chairman of the Human Rights Committee, lawyers were being humiliated, harassed, and brutalized by the security agencies. I tackled that headlong, starting from the top. Today, if you go to Aba, lawyers can now practice their trade in police stations, those who visit police stations, free of molestation from the security agencies. I made it happen in Aba. You can verify. Thank you. I equally tackled the issue of if you come to Aba, you are driving, the security agencies will, what they call TIMAS, will impound your vehicle. I brought it to an end by meeting the Chief Judge to establish a traffic court in Aba. The traffic court is now in existence in Aba. Now, the General Council of the Bar. The General Council of the Bar is made up of this Attorney General of the Federation and the 36 Attorney Generals of the Attorney General of the 36 Attorney General of the 36 states of Nigeria, and then 20 representatives of the MBA. Why should the MBA have representative at the General Council of the Bar? Is to make sure that the MBA is well represented. It is make sure that the MBA is not shortchanged. All of you know what is happening now at the General Council with our rules, where they want to remove the seal and others. We need to send somebody who is courageous, bold, who can stand his ground and face our colleagues the other side and tell them that MBA must be properly represented and can never be shortchanged. If you send me, I will liaise with the executives and know what is available for the MBA and present to the General Council and make sure that our MBA stand on a solid ground. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please go back to your seats. Candidates for the office of General Counsel of the Bar Eastern Zone. We have Aggie Ann online. Ann Aggie online. Can we take? If you can hear me, Ann Aggie, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I can hear you, colleagues. I thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ann Aggie, and I'm a member of the Nigerian Bar Association Calabar branch. I have always taken active interest in the affairs of the MBA right from when I was called to bar in 2005, so much so I was appointed a rapporteur of the MBA in 2009, and since then I have served the bar, taking down minutes, writing resolutions and communiques of the bar. I rose from being just a member of the rapporteur team to becoming its secretary, and today I am the chief rapporteur of the MBA. I am also a lecturer at the University of Calabar. And so I bring my wealth of experience to the bar to represent the bar on the General Council for the Eastern Zone. My thoughts are very simple. The bar needs a voice that is experienced, that knows the traditions of the bar, that have seen all the resolutions of the bar, knows the mind of the bar. And so I solicit for your support as I go forth to represent you. There are issues we need to look into on our rules of professional conduct. One of them for me is the issues about our billing system. Another issue for me is the issue about advertising. I feel that the current state of affairs as members of the legal profession also need to thrive, is to advertise within the limits of the profession. But I feel that some of those provisions are a bit archaic, especially with the internet age, and it is my wish that if given the opportunity, we begin to look at some of these archaic rules and then begin to see how we could amend them so that lawyers can present their services, present it in a way that they can improve their practices. Thank you very much. Hello?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, we heard you. I'll now go to Mr. Dave Undara Okwon Kalu. If you can hear me, you're up next. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Good day, learned colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dave Ndara Okunkalu. May I please adopt the established protocol? The General Counsel of the Bar is saddled with the responsibility of making and revising rules of professional conduct and rules of accounts to be kept by legal practitioners. These rules have profound bearing on the propagation of our profession. So there's need for these rules to be contemporaneous and friendly but firm in their object of regulating our affairs. I therefore come with the philosophy, will, and determination to make things better. I was called to the Nigerian Bar in 2005. My life as a lawyer has been dedicated to the service of the NDA. I've been a member of the National Executive Committee, NAM Council, from June 2016 to December 2021. Having served as Secretary, Chairman, and then NEC Rep of the Ohafia branch of the Bar at various times. Beyond my track record with the Ohafia branch of the Bar, I've gathered a lot of experience as a legal practitioner in the service of the government of Abia State. Presently, I am the Secretary of the State Law Reform and Review Commission, as well as the Secretary, focal person of the State Justice Sector Reform Team, and a member of the Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Committee, amongst other specialized portfolios. Now, these positions and exposures have built my capacity for leadership and capability to undertake, propose, and effect reforms and reviews of bodies of laws and rules, which is what the GCB is about. I have, by virtue of these offices, amplified my ability to undertake deep-lying research, and this has given me a burning passion for the advancement of the legal profession generally. This is what fuels my ambition to become a rep of the MBA on the GCB. And if elected, our colleagues can count on me to bring my full experience to bear. So it is therefore with immense respect and responsibility that I make myself available to serve you and our profession in this capacity.
Time up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll go on now to Mr. Anagor Raphael Nnamdi. If you can hear me, please go ahead. Anagor Raphael Nnamdi. If you can hear me, please go ahead. Nnamdi Raphael Anagor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, the chairman of the ECNBA and the members of the committee, distinguished advocates in the House. Please permit me to start on already established protocol. My name is Nnamdi Raphael Anagor. I'm a member of MBA Oka branch, and I've served the bar in various capacities, but not limited to being the Publicity Secretary of Oka branch, also the Secretary of Oka branch, and presently the Financial Secretary of MBA. I want to help in making the MBA a more humane association that will never negotiate the discipline of its members with anything at all. I strongly believe that one of the ways to ensure this is through the strict enforcement and compliance to our rules of professional conduct. Most importantly, some of these rules are obsolete and must be reviewed to suit the international best practices. This can only be done through the General Council of the Bar. I will ensure that nothing will be spared with the approval of the President of the Council and members to propagate and enlighten our members the importance of the rules. I believe I'll bring my experience, which I've garnered over the years, having served the bar in various capacities, to bear. I offer myself to serve at the council from the Eastern region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I understand that we don't have any more candidates for General Council Eastern Zone online. So I'm going to break the flow, right? We don't have any more candidates online. None. So I'm going to break the flow and invite candidates for the Office of Publicity Secretary. There are 2 candidates, and I understand they are in the room. So can they join us on stage? Publicity Secretary, candidates for the Office of Publicity Secretary, Mr. Ogaga J. Emogare, and Mr. Lawal Akorede Habib. Thank you. Learned seniors, ladies and gentlemen, candidates for the Office of Publicity Secretary of the Bar. Mr. Korede, please go first.
Thank you. Learned Senior Advocates of Nigeria here present. Learned Seniors, my name is Akorede Habib Lawal, and I'm contesting for the Office of MBA National Publicity Secretary. Apparently, between the 2 of us, I'm younger, but I'm more experienced. I served as the MBA Assistant Publicity Secretary between 2018 and 2020. And in my role as your Assistant Publicity Secretary, I initiated the first and only toll-free line at MBA Secretariat at the moment. I initiated and negotiated the Free Law Pavilion Scheme for young lawyers. I also MBA had enough social media presence by increasing our Twitter followers
from 10,000, which we had in 2018, to 24,600 when I was leaving office in 2020. I also designed the first ever bar practicing fee receipt for lawyers. Of course, I was the one that ensured that we also have the MBA payments online. That was my past. But this is our future, and our future is here. Nigeria is going into transition. Anyone who would be the MBA publicity secretary in this period has to be somebody who understands these demands. Because the MBA has to be the credible leader of the Nigerian civil society. And I understand those demands because I served in 2019. Most of the issues that we had during that time were caused because some people wanted to be in office by fire by force. So the MBA has to be seen as the leader of the civil society. So as such, my responsibility would be to assist the MBA president to ensure that the people see the MBA as that leader. Secondly, I will ensure that we have a responsive information system, which is very important because that job, that's to ensure that MBA has that progressive image, has to be done by all lawyers. And I am committed to doing that as your publicity secretary. I understand these demands.
Time up. Thank you. So you're not allowed to address the other candidates directly. You're supposed to speak to the audience. So please take notes. Mr. Ogaga, you're up next. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Let me, first of all, ritualistically stand on the very well-established protocols. My name is Ogaga Emoware. I can say without mincing words, by virtue of training and hindsight, I am publicity personified. I have a background of being in the media space for over 19 years. I'm a TV presenter, a scriptwriter, a broadcaster, a producer, and a radio presenter. I am bringing this wealth of experience to the Nigerian Bar Association. I can say without mincing words that the recordings of our past presidents are not institutionalized in the Nigerian Bar Association secretariats that we are all in now. The words, comments, and pronouncements of, for example, Alao Akao Bacharon, we can't find it here. I'm coming forth to institutionalize the Nigerian Bar Association publicity sector so that anything we do, the words of Okewale SAN, Alege SAN, Paul Usoro SAN, and my leader, my boss, Mr. Olumide Akpata Esquire, all of these will be institutionalized in the Nigerian Bar Association. Who says we can't have an OB van? Who says we can't have a recordings of all the achievements, the words and statements of our president? In this secretariat, we do not have them. I'm coming forth to transform the Nigerian Bar Association. I'm poised to...
Time up. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. So we're going to move swiftly on to the candidates for the General Council of the Bar, Western Zone. Western Zone. Do we have any candidates in the room? GC Western Zone. Do we have any candidates in the room? GC Western Zone? None? So now I've noticed that when I call up the candidates, the person who wants to speak last takes their time. So if you're the last to get on stage, you're going to speak first. Any more candidates in the room? Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Can I go on?
Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Good morning, gentlemen, the member of the committee of the Electoral Committee of the MBA. My name is Olalekan Oladapo from the Western Zone of the Bar. I'm contesting for the position of General Bar Council, and by so doing, I will be speaking to my manifesto already online. I refer every member here and online to read my manifesto. And I adopt the position of one of the members from the North, Mogunon, on the issue of client accounts. So I believe we can do more. I've looked at the structures. I've looked at the rules of other bar councils across the board in the other client. And I've not seen where bar council involved in continuing legal education. But when we get there, it's a teamwork. We will encourage the council to sensitize, to educate our member on the rules. We are aware that many of our members have not had time to read out through the rules. I've served at the LPDC. I was a member of the prosecution team of the NBA. So I've seen and I've learned, and I want to share this my experience as a member of the Bar Council. I offer myself to serve the bar. Thank you very much.
That all candidates online should identify themselves when it's their turn to speak. Put on your cameras if you want, so that everyone in the room can put a face to the name. But if it's your turn to speak and we call on you and you're not available, I'm sorry, you're not going to get another opportunity to speak after we've passed that session. So we're going to stick with candidates for General Council of the Western Zone and call them up. We have Mr. Akintayo John Akibi online and Mr. Edun Olukunle Ogenovo. Can we take Mr. Edun? If we call on you and you're not available to speak when it's your turn, we're going to move on. It's part of enforcing discipline. So please be available when it's your turn to speak. Mr. Edun Olukunle, if you can hear me, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Okay, this is Mr. Israel. Okay, Mr. Israel Solomon, can you hear me? Mr. Israel Solomon, if you can hear me, please go ahead. Mr. Israel Solomon.
Yes, my name is, hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
I can hear you. Yes. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and all members of the ECNBA. Good afternoon, learned seniors and colleagues. My name is Israel Solomon Lagbamwe. I was called in 2008 to the Nigerian Bar. I have served as the Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Badagry Branch, 2014 to 2016. I was a member of the Law Week Committee of same branch in 2013. I was the chairman of the Law Week Committee 2016. I have attended the MBA conferences since I was called to the bar in 2008, save in 2 different occasions. I have been in private practice from my day one after call to bar to date. I have garnered sufficient experience as a result of my active participation in bar activities at the Badagry branch. I believe with this wealth of experience gathered so far, it can be used to bear at the General Council of the Bar. It is to this extent that I am offering myself to be a representative of the MBA at the General Council of the Bar. If given the mandate, I will ensure that I am not a benchwarmer. I'm not going to the Bar Council to be an OES member. I will use my experience to ensure that the mandate of the Bar Council, is well executed and carried out. I will also use my experience to ensure that the rules of
I'm sorry, your time is up, Mr. Israel. Professor John Akitayo or Mr. Olukunle Edun, I don't know who is online. If any of you can hear me, please go ahead.
This is Professor John Olukunle Akitayo.
Please go ahead, Professor Akitayo. Okay. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here to address Lineage senior colleagues and colleagues to present myself as a candidate for the General Council of the Bar, MBA representative on the General Council of the Bar. I was called to the Nigerian Bar in December 1989. And I'm a teacher. I've been teaching since 1993. The legal profession has been an important aspect of my research. I've had cause to undertake a rigorous study of the General Council of the Bar. And this publication, which was published in 2003, is online. Members can look at the publication to see my views about the General Council of the Bar. In the publication, I looked at the origin of the General Council, its functions, and the challenges of the General Council of the Bar. If given the mandate to represent the Nigerian Bar Association, it is my desire to ensure there is effective implementation of the provisions of the Legal Practitioners Act on the General Council of the Bar. The General Council of the Bar is vested with enormous responsibilities. The most apparent one is the power to make rules of professional conduct. But in addition to this, the General Council of the Bar has power to be consulted by the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation in making regulations for enrollment of foreign lawyers or legal practitioners. Also, the Council has power to make rules on solicitors' accounts. Of course, the present rule now is in 1972 rule, which we need to update. Then the Council has power to make rules empowering the Council to take such action as it thinks necessary to enable it to ascertain whether the rules of solicitors' accounts are being complied with. These are enormous responsibilities, and if elected, I need by the grace of God, will pursue.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I understand that we do not have any more candidates online, so we're going to move on. Please let me appeal again for those that are joining us online. Please use your names to register. We can't identify who is who if we're seeing iPhone 7 or iPhone this or that. Please use your name so that we can call you up. If we pass the time when you're supposed to speak to us, because we cannot identify you, I'm sorry, we will not be able to go back and take you. So please use your name, no aliases, so that we can identify you and take you at the appropriate time. Please, let's all try and make this as seamless as possible. We're going to move on now to candidates for the Office of Welfare Secretary. Do we have any candidates in the room? Welfare Secretary. If you're the last to come up, you're going to speak first. Okay, we have 4 candidates. Mr. Maximus. No, let me come here. I'm willing to share mine. But you came up last, so you will talk first. Please, sir, can you come stay here? Let him go first. Please join me here. So this is Mr. Maximus.
I'm Beniga.
Okay, you are Mr. Maximus. So please go first.
My name is Ikechukwu Maximus Ugoke. I'm a member of Nigerian Bar Association, Enugu branch. I was called to bar in 2008, and I served the bar as the social secretary of NBA, during which I became known as Hakuna Matata. That was the name that they gave me because of the kind of service I rendered to the bar. I belong to the human rights community. I have served the NBA through pro bono services, which I provided to the NBA National Human Rights Institute between the years 2012 to 2014. Currently, I am the alternate chair of Nigerian Bar Association Human Rights Committee of Enugu branch. I'm also the support lawyer for Avocats Sans Frontières, that is Lawyers Without Borders, France. And my service to humanity started early in practice when I was serving the nation, during my national youth service at Kefi, that is Nasarawa State, where I undertook pro bono services that earned me the Nasarawa State NYSC award. Now, my vision for the MBA is encapsulated in the vision of maximum welfare, which I have already shared online. I am contesting the position of Welfare Secretary of MBA because I feel that throughout my experience in service to the bar and humanity, there are need for us to maximize the welfare of Nigerian Bar Association for the benefit of all members. And that is why my name is Maximus. So I have come to maximize our welfare.
Time up. Mr. Beniga, please come to this. Thank you. Please come here. So we will go with Mr. Auta Nyada. 2 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Can I start now? Good morning, Learner 6 present, distinguished colleagues. My name is Auta Nyada. I'm from MBA Suleja branch. I'm a proud member of the National Welfare Committee of the MBA, and my involvement in this committee has given me the focus and given me the drive to serve. First of all, I intend to improve on the NHIS scheme that is already working and functional, that lawyers are benefiting from. I intend to introduce virtual consultation with doctors. What does this do for lawyers? If you have an emergency in the middle of the night, you can virtually consult with a medical consultant, and you'd have some sort of like a first aid to manage you until you get to a hospital. If you have a pandemic, God forbid, we're not hoping for one, would be able, and I mean, most of us will not be wanting to go to the hospitals. So you can virtually consult with a medical practitioner from your comfort zone. This is something that I believe is novel and has never been done before, and we'll bring it to bear. Number 2, workplace sexual harassment policy. We know that this is a problem in the legal profession. It is a welfare issue. I'm going to bring forth a policy and hope that NEC would approve that policy, where every office would have a workplace sexual harassment policy, and we'll be able to prosecute people who sexually harass colleagues, or even colleagues who harass staff that are non-lawyers. Number 3, the neck interaction under my administration will be very fantastic. Just the way you get your neck bundles 1 week before neck meeting, you will get the name of your hotel and get your room number before neck meetings. What does this do? This brings about transparency. Because, I mean, you know that you were who was there and who wasn't there, and this brings about accountability in the whole process. Number 4, I have a 15-point agenda, but I'll just limit it to the 4th one, and I hope I still have some time. Well, my name is Autanyada, and I'm holding myself out to
time short.
At times, I feel like crying when I realize or see or hear complaints on how our practice and welfare of our members is degenerating. Greetings, everyone here in present, learners 6 here in present, ECNB, and leaders of the bar. My name's Anikwena Ben Churchill, or Ben Churchill Anikwena. I'm a candidate for the office of the National Welfare Secretary. I'm fully trained by United States Agency for International Development, Caritas, and CRS on humanitarian works and other welfare-related matters. I specialize in orphans, vulnerable children, and adults, as well as widows. I give psychosocial support,
No time.
legal support, legal protection, economic empowerment, and other welfare-related matters. There are certain basic things I must do. Those basic things are fully encapsulated in my program. Now, my functions as the Welfare Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association are clearly defined under the Constitution, our Constitution, and I abide by it. If you go through my profile and all, my CV and manifestos, it's on the website, you will see that. Now, I've been in act.
Your time is up, sir. Time up. Time up. Is your mic working, Mr. Gbemiga Adaramola? Yes. You're up next.
Let me rest on the existing protocol. My name is Gbemiga Adaramola, former chairman, Adoik, the branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, former treasurer, former secretary, former vice chairman of the branch, and also a former NEC member of the Nigerian Bar Association 2007 to 2014, 2016 to 2020. I'm running for the post of welfare secretary of our dear association. I promise to discharge my duty efficiently and diligently in accordance with the provisions of Section 9, Subsection 5, Paragraph H of the Nigerian Bar Association Constitution 2015 as amended in 2021. Going to the specific. Within the 3 months of our swearing in, I promise to collate and produce, both in hard copies and soft copies, all the welfare packages available to members of the Nigerian Bar Association, so that whenever you pick one, you know the welfare packages you are entitled to and the steps to be taken to enjoy them, especially for the young lawyers coming from the Nigerian law school. Equally, by doing this, we are going to make reforms, necessary reforms, where it is necessary, especially the loan scheme just introduced by the Nigerian Bar Association. we are going to engage positively the Muslim Lawyers Association of Nigeria to give us how we can access non-interest loan scheme by members of the Nigerian Bar Association, both by Muslim lawyers and the Nigerian Bar Association members at large. Equally, we are going to be the voice, because I have passion for young lawyers. We are going to be the advocates for the young lawyers.
Sorry. Time up. Time up. Your time is up. We have Obasi Gladys Chinyere online. Can you hear me? Obasi Chinyere Gladys. Please go ahead. 2 minutes. Chinyere Obasi, please go ahead. Do we move on?
I'm telling you, I didn't know when the time finished.
That's why we put it up. It was counting.
The time was too short. I couldn't even talk about it.
Chinyere Obasi, I've been told to tell you to unmute yourself so you can speak to us. Please unmute so we can hear you. Hello? Please unmute.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
My name is I'm recently a former national officer in the position of Second Assistant Secretary. I have served in different capacities. I was former secretary to branch from there, I'm a secretary. It's clear to serve the indeed
So unfortunate. So unfortunate. That's our choice.
I'm afraid we can't hear you, and we've cross-checked and checked, and the network appears to be bad from your end, so I'm sorry we have to move on. Ladies and gentlemen, learned seniors in the room, I present to you candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary of the Bar. Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your seats. Thank you. We're going to move on now to, please, can we minimize the movement in the room? Can we take our seats? Can we minimize the movements, please? We're going to move on now to candidates for the position of treasurer. Please, let's minimize the noise. Treasurer, do we have any candidates physically present? Please come up. Treasurer, candidates for the office of treasurer. Do we have any other candidates in the room? Do we have candidates online? One person. Okay. Sorry, what's your name? Yes, please go ahead. Try the other. Hello?
Thank you very much. Learned Silks, learned seniors, all colleagues here present, permit me to stand on the protocol that has hitherto been beautifully and elaborately established. My name is Caroline Ladidi Anze Bishop. I'm from MBA Bukuru branch, and I know, as you do, that the way to a man's heart is through his treasure bank. I know we know what that is. Also, where a man's treasures are, there his heart is. I am the treasure keeper. I am here to treasure you. I am here to serve you as the next national treasurer of the NBA. And I promise you that you'll get a run for your money, because I am that X factor that we need to make a difference at the bar now. I have the experience. I am willing to uphold the constitutional provisions for the roles of a treasurer as enumerated in our constitution. For want of time, I won't go there. My manifesto is elaborate, has been distributed, and I'm willing to uphold that to serve you better for a better bar. I wish to bring lawyers into focus to make them more empowered, especially financially, the young lawyers and all. What stops us from having our own bank as the MBA? Do we need to keep paying our dues through regular banks? We could have a microfinance bank and then generate money for ourselves perpetually and perpetually. I want to bring that on the table. I have the bishopric anointing to make things multiply. I have the magic fingers. So you can rely on the bishop, because I have the bishop factor of things. I like to tell you that if you stick with bishop, your legacy is secured. We're moving on to greater heights. So come 16, give me that slingshot to be your treasurer, and I'll serve you in that capacity. Thank you very much, and thank you very much again.
Right on time too. Thank you very much. I understand we have Adeogun Fumilola Oluwatosin online. If you can hear me, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Fumi Adeogun. Please permit me to rest on the established protocol. While I'm the current Vice Chairman of Nigerian Bar Association Epe Branch, Chairman of Human Rights Committee, MBA Epe, the current and pioneer Chairman of all the Vice Chairmen of the 125 branches of the MBA. I'm the Chairman, Agitation Committee of MBA BOVC. I'm a current Governing Council member of the Human Rights Institute, current Program Manager of League of Male Voters of Nigeria, Lagos chapter. I am here to serve you as a treasurer. Why did I come out? The reason is just simple. It's because I have this applied knowledge and skills in financial accounting, in management accounting, financial reporting, performance management, financial management, audits, and assurance. This position is beyond signing checkbooks. You must bring new ideas and innovations on board. As a treasurer, the Constitution has provided so many functions and duties that we have to do, in which are enshrined in Section 5G of the Constitution. I'm pledging to uphold and to carry out all my duties, most especially keeping records of all financial transactions of the association. I was taught and trained to know that all these financial records must be kept for at least 5 years before you dispose of them. Legally, that is the requirement, and I'm going to uphold that. Also, electronically, I'm going to make sure that all our journals for receipts, for payments, are all well kept for this period. Also, I'm going to bring on board the housing scheme for lawyers. How do I intend to do that? It's by fundraising. We see many lawyers being sent out of their rented apartments, old and young, every day. And we lawyers are the ones also representing the landlords in various courts to make this happen. It saddens my heart, and people have been asking, what is MBA doing? And I said, there are so many.
Time up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have Balarabe Safia Iweyi online? Please raise your hand if you're online so we can take you. Balarabe Safia Iweyi. Are you online? No. Okay, so we move on. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, candidates for the office of Treasurer. So we move on now to candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary. Yes. Assistant General Secretary. If there are any candidates in the room physically present, please come up stage. Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary. Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary. If you're online, please wave your hand so we can identify you. Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary, please test your mic. Say hello. Test your mic. Say hello. Let's be sure we can hear you. Please test your mic, gentlemen. Say hello.
Hello.
Please check the last one. Turn on the blue light. Thank you.
This is working.
Okay. Okay. Please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kip Daniel Kai. I'm of the Calabar branch of the MBA. I'm running for Assistant General Secretary of the MBA. I am a past treasurer of the MBA YLF, Calabar branch. I'm a past National Assistant Publicity Secretary of the MBA under the Elege-led administration. I'm a past secretary of the MBA YLF Calabar branch. I'm the past assistant secretary of the MBA Calabar branch, and at some point, I was acting secretary of the branch. I must say, with all modesty, that I have the capacity, the experience, and the capability to man the office and assist the General Secretary of the MBA. Now, there are a few things I intend to do. I also propose to do, and I also intend to liaise with the General Secretary and with the President and all other members of the ESCO to achieve. First of all, is that we need a paperless process for application of stamp. How can we at this age and time be applying for stamps with hard copies of stamp applications? So I'm going to initiate with collaboration with the GS, the General Secretary, so that we have a paperless system for application of stamps. I'm also going to ensure that the value, the utilitarian value of our websites is brought to bear. We should be able to have resolutions of the MBA on the website and much more information on the website. I also want to, in concert with the General Secretary and the Presidency, reignite the MBA affinity bar card that we had running under the Alege SN-led administration, where we had a lot of discounted services that lawyers could take advantage of under the MBA affinity card. I also
Time up. Let's hear you, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Oseme Peremene Anthony. I'm a member of the MBA Idemili branch in Anambra State. I'm going for the office of the Assistant General Secretary in the election that is coming up on the 16th of July, 2022. When elected as the Assistant General Secretary, I'm going to bring a self-savvy secretariat onto you, I will make sure that our secretariat is digitally driven. And how will I do that? I will bring the secretariat home to your doorstep, home to your office, home to your branches, and make sure that you have a feel of the secretariat wherever you are. How will I do that? I will make sure when I was elected to create a platform that will have all secretaries and assistant secretaries of branches in that platform. By so doing, they will be able to know what is happening in the secretariat, and we will also know what is happening in the various branches and synergize it and make sure we have a complete package for every branches of the MBA. What will I do again? I was the past chairman of my branch. I was the past NIC of my branch. I was the past assistant secretary of my branch. I was also a past PR of my branch. If elected, I will work like N'Golo Kante is working in Chelsea. If you elect me, I'm going to cover your field. The doctrine of covering the field is what I'm going to bring to bear. How will I do that? I will make sure that the secretariat have a well-packaged, well-thought-out plans that will reach members of the public and do what we need to do. Gentlemen, next week, think Oseme, you have a vibrant secretariat. Think Oseme, you have a digitally based secretariat. Think Oseme, you have the energy to deliver everything that you need to have in your secretariat. Think Oseme, you have a meticulous voice, a meticulous hand that will be observant to every need. I have been a past chairman. I know what it takes to know to the needs that lawyers need. I will make sure that as you have your stamp and seal, you have also your practicing license. You don't need to wait for years to have a practicing license. As you have your stamp and seal, you have your practicing license. Think Oseme.
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Aka Oluwaseun online. If you can hear me, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Oluwaseun Aka. I was called to the Nigerian Bar in 2012. And in the past years, I've been the Assistant Secretary of MBA Korodu branch. I also served as the branch secretary 2020 to 2022. I just handed over a few weeks ago. By virtue of my position, I've also been NEC member. So I know the workings of what secretary or what the secretariat should look like. I'm putting myself forward based on the experience I've garnered so far to serve you, to serve the Nigerian Bar Association as the Assistant General Secretary. I bring you warm greetings. Why do I need to be Assistant Secretary, Assistant General Secretary of the NBA? The law is very clear. Our responsibilities are clear to provide a seamless working secretariat. Somebody needs to head that. Who is the General Secretary? I've taken my time to read the manifestos of all the aspiring General Secretaries. And the only thing I could do as an Assistant Secretary is to queue behind our General Secretary to ensure that all the programs of MBA, all his vision for the MBA are well thought out and are well executed. What have I done as a person, as the secretary of my branch? During my tenure, I ensure that we have a website that members can now register anywhere in Nigeria. They can now pay their bar practicing fee. They can now pay their branch dues anywhere in the world. I could also remember that at the last AGC in 2021.
I'm afraid your time is up. Thank you. We also have Mr. Balogun Dikrula Adewale joining us online. If you can hear me, please go ahead.
You can hear me.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. May I be permitted to stand on existing protocol? My name is Balogun Dikrula Adewale. My friends call me DAB. I'm the immediate past the Nigerian Bar in the year 2008. I have served before being the vice chairman of my branch as the welfare secretary of the branch. These two positions are not just positions that came by out of the that the responsibility, the number one responsibility of every association world over is the welfare of its members. And that informed my decision to serve my branch as the welfare secretary. If you go through my manifesto as been submitted to the ECNBA, you will see all the activity, the welfare of young lawyers. During my tenure as welfare secretary, I was the chairman of the loan revolving scheme, wherein we gifted two of our young lawyers brand new car, and they are proud of it today. After that, I proceeded to which afforded me the opportunity of serving as the chairman of the Human Rights Committee, and we know what that means. We fought for the rights of our members and rights of the citizens. My manifesto is hinged on this acronym, DAB, DAB. DAB, D stands for diligencing a more technologically responsive secretariat, and B stands for broadening innovative service to members of our noble association. I don't have much time. I'm not going to belabor you with stories here. Our responsibility is clear. Assist the General Secretary or the NEC, and if elected, I'm going to carry out all these activities.
Thank you. No more candidates? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you candidates for the office of the Assistant General Secretary of the Bar. Thank you. It's almost midday. At this point, we're going to take a short break, 5 minutes, and then we're going to continue with the program, starting with candidates for the office of General Secretary. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I think there's a media center outside. Please feel free to further espouse your manifesto or talk about your plans for the bar. There's a media center just right outside the door. Talk to members of the media about some of the other plans that you were not quite able to articulate on the platform here. And then we'll convene in another 5 minutes. Thank you. of the General Secretary of the Bar. Please let's settle down. Candidates for the office of the General Secretary physically present, please come up stage. Thank you. Good morning. If we don't settle down, there's no way we're going to be able to hear each other, to hear ourselves speak. Please let's settle down. Please, can we leave the back of the room and settle down? Learned seniors, please. There's still so many people standing at the back of the room. Please, can we settle down? Technical crew, are you ready for us? So we're going to go straight to hear from the General Secretary, to hear from the candidates for the General Secretary of the Bar. I'm sure that you will agree with me that this is a very critical position. I'm not trying to downplay the other positions, but this is a very important position. So we're going to let these candidates speak for 5 minutes. They're going to address us each for 5 minutes and tell us about their plans and their manifesto for the office. And then we're going to go into some of the questions that some lawyers have sent in, members of the profession, critical questions, 2 or 3 or 4, as much as we can take, the feedback that we've gotten so that we can put the questions across to the candidates and hear their responses to this question. But first, we're going to start with them speaking to us about their plans for the bar. And they're going to speak for 5 minutes. We're going to be very strict about time. Once your 5 minutes is off, I'm going to cut you off and then go to the next person. I understand there are 4 candidates. Do we have the 4th person online? Yes, great. In no particular order, I'm going to start with Mr. Asenogwan Osamwede Isobumawa. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Please forgive me. But when you say it, I'll get a chance to learn.
You are forgiven.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead. Talk to us for 5 minutes about your plans for the bar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. First, let me commend the ECNBA of this year's election for this very fantastic idea. Let me also thank my colleagues who have taken time to be here physically and for those who have joined online. My name is Ede Osamwede Asenogwan, popularly known as Ede Asenogwan. Ede is actually the abbreviation of my full name, Osamwede. I am of the Benin branch of the MBA. I have served my branch in the capacity of Secretary, Chairman, and NEC Rep of the Benin branch. I have been a member of the National Executive Committee of the MBA since 2010 till date. And that has put me on a pedestal of knowing, because I have also actually attended more than 95% of all the NEC meetings in this country. This afternoon, we are here to talk to you on why we decided to put ourselves forward for the position of General Secretary. I want to take it from the perspective of where we are coming from, what we have done in the past, and what we intend to bring to the table. As Secretary of my branch, our records are there. Some of these things we have put online. As Chairman of the branch, we also have our records, indelible and very progressive. When I become your secretary, by the special grace of God, we intend to look at very simple things that are constitutionally provided for by the secretary. I will not bore you with what the Constitution already provides because we intend to abide by all of that. But some of our concerns will be things that are very simple. Like, for instance, the issue of the MBA stickers that have become so greatly abused by even non-lawyers. That is an emblem of the association. I have traversed the length and breadth of this country, and I have come to find that the stickers we use in Benin is different from that of our neighbors in Warri. It is different from Mina. It is different from Kaduna. That ought not to be so. And as General Secretary, within the first 6 months, we are going to harmonize the stickers of MBA so that a sticker in Sokoto will be the same as the sticker in Lagos. Because we need to make sure that it is uniform. And beyond that, while I was chairman of Benin branch, we stopped the issue of people purchasing our stickers from the high courts, from across the counter. They can now only be purchased from the MBA Secretariat in Benin. That is what it should be nationwide. When I become secretary by the special grace of God, we are going to customize the use of those stickers. If you buy a sticker and we see any sticker, we should be able to identify who had put the MBA sticker on a tipper, on a keke napep, on a taxi vehicle, because, of course, we want to use it to beat security. Secondly, we are looking at a secretariat that is going to be technologically driven, and in that regard, we intend to put our resolutions of both NEC, AGM, and extraordinary general meetings in a codified form that they can be cited. I know, for instance, that our NEC resolutions of 5 years, 6 years ago, I'm not sure we have any document where we can easily access them or even refer to them. And that has given a situation where every coming president probably does not remember the resolutions that we have taken 10 years back. And so we are starting all over again. This ought not to be so. And by the grace of God, when we get there, we are going to codify this resolution in citable forms and then make them available even on a click of the button. As, of course, the General Secretary of the MBA, you are a rallying point. The Secretariat is the engine room, the fulcrum of the association. And so you need a team player, somebody that is friendly, that is accessible, that is courageous, that is firm, that is able to lead and guide all those that are working under him. That is what I represent. And I promise you, when you vote for me, the president will be happy to have me as his secretary, because the secretariat will be most efficient, most effective. For the president to perform very well, you need a secretary that is strong, that can be there, that you can rely on. And I want to assure you, EDE is here to edify the MBA Secretariat. We all need edification, and I know if that is what you want, EDE is your best choice. I thank you all so very much. See you at the Secretariat.
I understand Mr. Callistus Benson is joining us online. Can I please ask that you put on your mic so we can see you and conduct the necessary checks before it's your turn to speak? Mr. Callistus Benson, if you can hear me, please put on your camera. We would like to see you. Please wave your hand so we can identify you online. Please put on your camera. And please test your audio so that we'll have a good output when it's your turn to speak. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you, but we would like to see you.
Yeah, that's the problem. The video option has been taken away from me. It's saying you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Okay, so we'll try to fix that and we'll come back to you. So please stay online and work with the IT crew. Yes, they will try to add you to the platform so that we'll be able to see you. Thank you. We'll come back to you shortly.
Okay.
Mr. Adegbite Additional, you have 5 minutes to tell us about your plans for the bar.
Thank you very much. My name is Adeshino Adegbite. I'm also popularly known as AA. I am a candidate for the office of General Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association. I offered myself to serve the Nigerian Bar Association not because I have nothing more to do, but because I feel the Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association deserves quality representative to the members of our great association. And for the records, Section 5E1 to 7 of the Constitution of Nigerian Bar Association provides for the functions and responsibilities of the Office of General Secretary. And certainly, the number one, as far as I am concerned, is for the General Secretary to have the capacity to manage the secretariat, and including being able to also be responsible to the members of the association. I have served the Nigerian Bar Association in several capacities. I served the Nigerian Bar Association in the Ikeja branch. In 2007, I was the chairman Law Week Committee of the MBA Ikeja branch. Prior to that, I was a member of Ikeja Bar Review. I was also a member of the Law Week Committee. I was a member of Continuous Legal Education Committee. And in 2008, I became the Assistant Secretary of that branch. As the Assistant Secretary of MBA Ikeja branch, I brought innovation to the Secretariat. The first Assistant Secretary that will be recording the minutes of the branch during general meeting. And of course, that minute was recorded digitally. And the administration became known and prominent for the very effective services that were delivered by the Secretariat under my supportive services as Assistant Secretary to the then Branch Secretary. I later became the Financial Secretary before eventually I was elected the Branch Secretary in 2012, and I served in 2014. I have no other thing that I know how to do but to serve, and serve creditably, efficiently, and effectively. I have passion for service, and that is why when I served again with your support and endorsement as the National Welfare Secretary, I took the Office of Welfare Secretary beyond just allocating rooms during conferences or net meetings to ensuring that the National Secretariat sponsored young lawyers to conference, and that was on the advice of my office. We sponsored 250 young lawyers to the 2017 conference in Lagos. We sponsored 125 students from the law school to that conference. We sponsored 35 lawyers living with disabilities. They are alive and they are witnesses. We also sponsor aged lawyers who are above 70 years to conference under my recommendation. And to the glory of God, our service remains one of the best being talked about to date. As your General Secretary, what I would do is to make your secretariat work for you, make your secretariat speak to you, make your secretariat communicate with you, and make your secretariat become efficient, and of course, be more effective. How will I do that? I'll do that by giving you a tech-driven, purpose-driven, and efficient secretariat that will serve the purpose of its existence. And by the grace of God, I will also ensure, and I'm happy somebody mentioned the issue of microfinance bank. That was my initiative some years back. That was 2016. And I can assure you that project, which was my vision, was actualized, but we did not implement it. When you give me the opportunity to serve you as General Secretary, we shall implement it to the glory of God. Lastly, let me tell you that I am a very good team player. Whoever is my president will enjoy the very best supportive General Secretary that has ever worked in this secretariat. I will ensure that I work with the president and all national officers to ensure that we deliver quality service to you and make the secretariat work for your own benefit. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to serve you.
Right on time too. Thank you very much. Mr. Yama Desmond, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Desmond Yama. Yama drawn from Yamaha generator, Yamaha Suzuki, the superior engine. The test of a man's character, according to contemporary studies, in knowing who a man is. You define a man by what he says, what he does, and what people say about him. I stand for excellence. I stand for quality. I stand for service delivery. What do people say about Yama? The young lawyer say it's Yama capacity. Some say Yama superior. And I tell you this morning that Yamaha is better than Suzuki. As the chairman of Nigeria Bar Association, I was the publicity secretary of Abuja between 2010 and 2012. Publicity chairman between 2012 and 2014. Within this period, if a man says to you, I will build a castle for you in the air, ask that man, when you had the opportunity before, what did you do? I can stand to tell you today that Yama, as a publicity secretary, I built the database of membership of MBA Abuja from 800 that I inherited to 6,000 before I left office. As chairman of Abuja, I came into the office with a vision. The first thing I identified was National Assembly is a gold mine for lawyers. I trained over 300 young lawyers on legislative drafting. Most of them work in National Assembly today, bringing the bar for all. As I was here, after I came into office, Abuja did not have an independent secretariat. We were having our secretariat inside the court premises. I was the first chairman that took it out of the court premises into an independent house in Wuse Zone 4, the first and there. And I came in there, I looked at the agitation of young lawyers. I said, we cannot continue to ignore this agitation. I initiated the sponsorship of young lawyers into International Bar Association for International Exposure. Aki Akibade was a beneficiary. And I came again and said, look, NBA Abuja need to empower lawyers. I initiated, I sustained the mass housing project. Above all, gentlemen, I say to you, during my time as the chairman of NBA Abuja, after 38 years of existence, Abuja have no land. I got a land for NBA Abuja, measuring about 1 hectare, currently valued at over 2 billion naira. That is why we can say Abuja is the biggest and the richest branch in Nigeria today. I pay all debt benefits. I paid all marriage benefits that lawyers were entitled to. If I become the general secretary, I must tell you that I am bothered about the way things are going today. With the output of lawyers from the Nigerian Law School today, I assure you that in the next 20 years, we have a challenge. There will be a clutter in the practice space because the practicing lawyer, 70% are into litigation, and less than 5% are making real money from litigation. I assure you that Desmond Yama will build the capacity of every Nigerian lawyer to be competitive on the global stage. I'll tell you something today, that as the national secretariat we have today, there are no institutional memories. If I ask you, what are the resolution passed at the last NEC meeting? Many of us do not know. I'm going to ensure that we are going to have a register for resolutions that will be translated to all branches. I'm going to make sure that rural branches are integrated into the mainstream of Nigerian branches. We cannot continue to ignore rural branches. And I assure you that if I become General Secretary of NBA, Nigerian lawyers will be made competitive on the global stage. It make my heart bleed that the preferred state of arbitration in West Africa today is Ghana. I've done a study in Ghana. The level of legal practice in Ghana is not equivalent to Nigeria, yet we are subject to them. I want to assure you that when Yama becomes the General Secretary of Nigeria Bar Association, I will give support to the president. I will give advice to the president. I will give initiative to the president. I will ensure that the president will enjoy the service of the Secretary of Nigeria Bar Association. I tell you above all that when I become the General Secretary, all Nigerian lawyers will be proud that we have a secretariat that interfaces us within the global community. We have a secretariat that will give support to branches at every committee and officers of the bar to give them a platform for them to perform their duties, and Nigeria Bar Association will benefit immensely. We did it before in Abuja. We will do it again in the National Secretariat. I thank you all for your support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I have 2 or 3 questions that have come in from members of the public, from lawyers. and I would like to put it across to you. You have 3 minutes each to answer this question. I will determine who goes first. Now, you've all alluded. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I forgot there was someone online. Yes. Mr. Callistus Benson. I'm sorry, I almost forgot you. I apologize.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Are you ready to talk to us now? Do we have
Yes, I'm ready.
Can we see
the
him?
video is still not coming on.
No. Okay. Can you go ahead?
Okay, let me just proceed.
Yes, please.
I am Ogedman Callistus Benson. I was called to the Nigeria Bar in 1999. I'm the founding partner of the law firm of CB Ogedman and Co. And I've been involved in the uninterrupted practice of law since 1999 to date. I've spent my childhood and adolescence sitting at the foot of history. I have been a secretary of the Benin branch. I have been chairman of the Benin branch. I'm currently the national representative to the National Executive Committee of our great association on behalf of the branch. Indeed, I have been a member of the NEC of our great association from 2014 till date. My manifesto, which is detailed and well structured, is anchored on the theme of the bar as a mighty fortress against the protection of rights and the prevention of wrongs. I have put together a manifesto of about 10 actionable items which are doable and achievable. But I may not bother you with each and every step of what I intend to do. Principally, I will speak to my desire to establish the office of the, to establish the Legal Assistance and Prisoner Rights Initiative, LAPRI, and the inauguration of the Office of the Bar Public Defender. Indeed, I've already experimented with this at the Benin Bar, where I set up the Committee on Legal Assistance and Prisoner Rights Initiative to handle briefs for indigent members of our community. And the result is that that committee ended up handling about 300 briefs on behalf of members of the committee who were hitherto languishing in various custodial centers across the state. We work closely with the Ministry of Justice and, of course, the ROLAC, the European version of the Administration of Criminal Justice Committee. And the effect is still being felt today. We were commended by the state government, the Commissioner for Justice, the representative of ROLAC in the country and all that for what we did under that committee. I intend to introduce that committee to the national level in conjunction with the national president and the National Executive Council of our great association. I believe strongly that the bar has always been a defender of the public and a vanguard of the people's movement. I draw inspiration from the dictum of the learned Justice Kayode Esho in Ariora and Elemo when he said, a large majority of our people are economically poor, educationally backward, and politically not yet conscious of their rights. It is duty of the bar and the bench to protect their rights against themselves. Understandably and happily, this present crop of national officers have blazed the trail in the titanic battle to deploy the bar as a fearless tool and a necessary check on the ever-ticking back of executive excesses and rascality. I am also interested in continuing legal education for our young lawyers in a competitive world where the vistas of the legal profession, the frontiers have expanded. It has become mandatory for our lawyers to go through continuing legal education so as to prepare them for the challenges ahead. Luckily, we have as one of our association's principal objectives, which is the promotion and advancement of legal education, continuing legal education, advocacy, and jurisprudence. So, together with the national president, I intend to ensure that our lawyers are continuously taking through the rigors of the various emerging aspects of law so that they can stand their own anywhere in the world. And then, of course, I've always been passionate about our young lawyers. And that is why in my manifesto, I spent a great deal of time talking about our young lawyers. And like I said, apart from other imaginable considerations, there are the fundamental and transcendental bonds of affection, friendship, and common interest arising from our cognate professional origin. Sir William Horsworth put it in his book, The History of the English Law. As colleges and universities were separate entities yet closely united, so were the judges and the sergeants on the one arm, and on the other arm, the apprentices of the law in their ears were separate bodies, yet closely wedded together by ties of similar.
Time up. Thank you. Thank you. So now we go into our questions proper. I was saying that this is an issue that all of you have spoken to during your presentation, but we'd like to get specifics. The relationship between the president of the bar and the general secretary, like you've all identified, is very, very important. But every now and then we hear about conflicts, about clashes, war of words between the president and the general secretary of the bar. We want to hear specifics, gentlemen. What are you going to do to ensure that you stay firm and manage the relationship so that it doesn't go south like we've heard in the past, and still deliver on your campaign promises? Mr. Callistus Benson, if you can hear me, I'd like to start with you. You have 2 minutes.
Please, can you, the question again, I'm so sorry, but can you just...
The relationship between the president and the secretary and the general secretary of the bar, we all agree is very important.
Yes.
But we've heard about clashes in the past, about conflicts, about war of words. And so how would you ensure that you stay firm and that you manage this relationship properly and still deliver on your campaign promises?
The president of the bar is the head and the leader of the bar. And I have worked under, when I was secretary, I worked under a chairman here in Benin, and our relationship was very robust. I tend to give the national president all the support he requires. It is my desire that the national president and myself should be able to stand before princes and governments and speak truth to power in the name of this bar and in the finest tradition of the founding fathers of our great association. I want to say that I intend to join the national president to adopt the policy of collective bargaining in the myriads of issues that may arise between us and government and its agencies, and in fact other associations. We shall, however, not hesitate to resort to class action if the bar authorizes it. Also, I intend to work closely with the national president, but I will not fail to tell him what is right at all times. You know, I believe that the bar as it stands now, even the market people are saying, where is the NBA? Has it lost its voice? Under me as General Secretary and working closely with the national president, the voice of this bar will be heard again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Desmond Yama.
Thank you very much. Well, if you understand or have seen my manifesto, you appreciate the fact that I'm the co-chairman of National Secretariat Restructuring Committee. And this particular question was something that we took into consideration. And we did so much to ensure that that conflict is minimized to the barest minimum. For me, if you understand the constitution of NBA, the president has overall supervisory powers over every executive and over every committee of NBA. It's the fact that some of us don't appreciate the responsibilities of the office of the president that we do have such things as clashes. The Constitution gives the president enormous powers to ensure that the activities of MBAs are carried out effectively. Clashes we identified because of our work that was not necessarily between the president and the general secretary, but most of these conflicts were coming from the office of the executive directors. What we did was to structure in such a way that the executive director will report to the president on issues that the president has instructed. And in other words, we ensure also that that absolute control and power that was entailed in the office of the general secretary is now being translated into a committee, so that the executive director now report to a committee of the general secretary, the welfare secretary, I think one other person. But what we most appreciate is that I'm a team player. I can work with any president that comes on board. I understand the power of the president, I understand the power of the general secretary, and I will work within the limit of my powers, and I will support the president in his duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adegbite Additional.
One thing is very important. For there to be cordial relationship among the executive, there must be a very good understanding of the roles and functions of each officer. And that means that the president, who is the overall leader of the bar, is the leader. And the Constitution says that he shall direct the affairs of the organization and give responsibility and assignment to any officer of the organization. And that's why even the very first provision of his constitution with respect to the functions of the secretary says that the secretary, that is section 5E1, that the secretary shall act under the guidance and directive of the president. What that says is that a secretary must carry out the instruction or directive of the president. However, any secretary who understands the nature of leadership must learn to be a manager of people and manager of leadership. So you should know how to manage your leader. As a secretary, I know how to manage my president. And certainly, my president will enjoy the best relationship with me because he will find in me the best friend, the most hardworking person he has ever worked with, and certainly the person who is very selfless, who will ensure there will be very good relationship between the president and the secretary, and of course, the national officers, as well as the secretariat staff. Once you ensure there is peace, there is cordiality among the members of staff, among other officers of the organization, there is no way there will be issue between the president and the secretary, especially when you are an obedient secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Osa.
All right, thank you. That's a very practical question, and I intend to take it practically in addition to what my colleagues have said. The beautiful thing is that each and every one of us, the 4 contestants, from our records, we have been secretaries before of our respective branches. It is not enough for what we are coming to say here. Let's go back to our branches. Let's find out what we did as secretary, whether we had conflicts with our chairman when we served our branch as secretary. For me, I served under my chairman, who was R.O. Isenalome Esquire. Before our tenure, when I was secretary 2010 to 2012, we had these issues. But ours became the first in so many years where there was no conflict between the office of the chairman and that of the secretary. And because of our good working relationship, we were able to build our MBA secretariat in Benin from scratch to roofing because there was no conflict between us. It was so much so that the chairman that handed over to my chairman came to me one day and said, "Oh, I regret, I wished you were my secretary because of the cordial working relationship that I had with my present secretary." For me, I believe that every president that is aspiring has the best interest of this association at heart. And if that is so, and you understand that that is the motive, there is no way we will have conflict. Because even if we insist on carrying out the constitutional provisions, powers given to us in the Constitution, just the way they are, there is bound to be conflict. But if we both understand that we are working towards the same goal, whatever issues may arise, it can never snowball into a conflict that will affect the best interest of the association. And once we know that you must carry your president along, your president must carry you along, you discuss issues, and as matured people, I believe that as a team player, we are not going to have any issues of conflict if and when I am elected the Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you.
One final question so that we'll save time. And this also came from lawyers, your colleagues. The General Secretary is responsible for organizing the NEC meetings. Information, as some of the members have pointed out, does not go out on time. NEC materials are not easily accessible. There are a lot of complaints, and I'm sure we all know them. But how will you ensure that the process is seamless and more effective if you do become General Secretary of the Bar? I'll start with you, Mr. Yama. Please put on the...
It's on. Thank you very much. Well, the issue of NEC, Annual General Conference and all that, is always a challenge in terms of access to materials. But I said that my experience shows that these challenges are directly from the fact that some persons want to be overall boss as I take glory for everything. It's a very simple thing. MBA secretariat has been professionalized. What this simply means is that MBA have permanent staff and there are departments. If you allow the departments of MBA and you allow officers of MBA do their work and play the role to which they have been assigned, you will not have these problems. As a General Secretary of MBA, like I said, I'm a team player. Every department of the Secretariat will be empowered to carry out their responsibilities without hindrance. And I assure you that if I become General Secretary of MPA, issue of minutes of NEC and all some of these papers that we have flying around as paper now, everything will be done in soft copies. And Nigerian lawyers will get minutes of NEC meeting a month before the NEC to let them acquaint themselves with it. And the materials we're talking about, if you allow the specialized department as a professional organization to carry out their responsibility without wanting to be the master of all, those documents, those bags will be made available even a month before every NEC meeting. I assure you that the experience I have in going through what we have been doing before in National Secretariat, I now understand where the mistake comes from. I will provide solution. Yama will be a solution to every challenge at NEC meeting. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. For me, I think it's solvable. We have had a lot of complaints, starting from the fees we pay for conferences to the issues of materials. I think the easiest and most practical way is to set up the committee responsible for conference planning on time. What we've had in recent past is that there is a technical committee for conference planning, and that committee is basically responsible.
NEC meetings.
Oh, NEC meetings.
Yes.
Okay. For NEC meetings, that's easy. It's part of our manifestos. We will be able to disseminate. I think notices of NEC meetings must get to members well ahead of time, not earlier than 14 days before NEC meeting. And we have also stated in our manifesto that 7 days after NEC meeting, the draft minutes and resolutions of the NEC will be published and sent to every member for correction. And not later than 7 days before the next NEC meeting, every member of NEC that is entitled to get these documents of NEC meetings would have gotten it in soft copies. That's our promise to the bar, and we intend to keep it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Additional.
Yeah, managing NEC meetings is something I've done before. So I have the practical experience of how to manage NEC meetings. As a former national officer, as a former branch secretary who was a NEC member, I know the importance of management of NEC meetings, including making minutes available swiftly. By the grace of God, when I served as the secretary MBA Ikeja branch, our minutes were always ready within 24 hours of our branch meetings. And certainly, I can assure you, when we served as National Welfare Secretary, members had notice of their accommodation most of the time 48 hours before NEC meetings, because their room number and details of the hotel were sent to them ahead of time. What that means, when I become the General Secretary by the grace of God, your minutes of meeting will be ready minimum or maximum of 48 hours after the meeting. Not because it is not, it's not because we are grandstanding, but because it is a responsibility that should be discharged to members. I'm going to ensure that NEC meeting minutes get circulated. This is practical thing that we have done in the past. Get circulated within the shortest time and maximum of 48 hours among our members, and that will give us the opportunity to focus on planning for the next NEC meeting. But let me also tell you, as someone who was an insider, that what we need to do to achieve this is to empower the bus services. The bus services department in the National Secretariat takes care of any work that has to do with NEC meetings, and I, as General Secretary, will work effectively with them and ensure that everyone in that department will be motivated to do their work diligently and efficiently. And in so doing, minutes will be ready within the shortest time possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Callistus Benson.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I served between 2012 and 2014 as Secretary of the Benin branch. And indeed, within that same period, I was also chairman of the Law Week for the 2014 Law Week of this association. Somebody with an eye for details, and I take down the minutest of details. Our minutes were always ready, and when we did the conference, our annual conference, which is the Law Week, members would testify that the materials were ready on time, the hotel reservations, and in fact, we worked around the clock with my team to put together a law week still referred to by our people as a watershed. And so, if elected as General Secretary of the bar, I intend to bring this experience to bear by ensuring that I maintain a very closed supervisory rules over the committee of the Bar Services Committee, which is responsible for putting these arrangements in place. It is not enough to instruct them to do these things. It is enough to also supervise them in the doing of each of these roles that I intend to assign, so that our members will be sure of getting minutes of NEC meeting, and not just minutes of NEC meetings, minutes of whatever, perhaps emergency meetings and all that, getting those minutes way ahead. I'm sure perhaps maybe 2-3 weeks before the NEC meeting, because of course I'll have an idea that when the NEC meeting will be called, so that they can have an input. Also make corrections online. I also intend to ensure that all resolutions of NEC meeting are ready, and sent out 48 hours after such NEC meetings. And also, we seek to achieve global digital and media standards that will enable the Secretariat to organize and conduct media and virtual.
Time up. Thank you very much, Mr. Benson. I'm going to squeeze in one last question, because the ECNBA is a very caring body. We've been bombarded with this question, and I just want to ask it so that we just squeeze it in. The relationship between the Secretariat and members of the bar. Also, members have also complained about not being able to access the Secretariat easily. So what are you going to do to ensure an efficient and effective bar? Please give us specifics, 1 minute each. Mr. Adegbite, I'll start with you. 1 minute.
Thank you. That is actually a very prioritized portion in my manifesto. We certainly must have an efficient and effective, and those are my words in my manifesto, secretariat. What do we do? What we must do is to ensure that we have staff of the national secretariat properly, effectively, and adequately remunerated and motivated. When you have services that are properly paid and well taken care of, their welfares are protected, they will discharge the responsibilities of their office, and the secretariat will work for its members. When you have staff that are working and they are performing their role, members of the profession who are relating with the staff will get the needs that they ask from the secretariat. That is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yama.
Thank you very much. I think I've also came across this complaint that the staff of the secretariat do not treat MBA lawyers with respect and all that. And I say that it's totally uncalled for. The secretariat staff have their duties. I have said that I will set up a real-time interface between the National Secretariat and all the branches of MBA in such a way that Nigerian lawyers may not or do not need to travel from state across to come to the National Secretariat. Every inquiry you will need from the National Secretariat, there will be a 24 hours operation. Either it's left with the machine, within the working hours, you will get an answer. And I tell you that the secretariat that we are going to run, the staff and members of the Nigerian lawyer will work as a family. There is no room for conflict because this is not needed. We work a friendly secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Osa, please answer the question.
Thank you very much. It's in my manifesto. We are taking the secretariat back to the branches. For me, we've stated that part of the challenge is the issue of communication. And we have stated that we are going to have a closed user group with a network provider where every branch secretariat will have a toll-free line to call the National Secretariat. I, as secretary, will have it. Every member of the executive will have it. And the section of the National Secretariat, which is the bar services, we have it. And every staff in that place, in the National Secretariat, we have it. So that from the branches, you can make free calls to either register your complaints or whatever information you want to pass to us, you can do so seamlessly. It's in our constitution. You don't have to travel from wherever branch that you are to the secretariat. Place a call. It is toll-free. 24 hours of the day, I, as your secretary, will be available to answer such calls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Benson.
Yes, I thank you so much for this particular question. And we addressed it very extensively in our manifesto under the management of the MBA National Secretariat and Secretariat reforms. I intend to continue with the Secretariat reforms, which has already started under the present regime. And I think Mrs. Stella Odo has done so much in this regard. And of course, I intend to professionalize the Secretariat. And of course, the attitude of the staff of the Secretariat towards lawyers to ensure that that attitude changes in such a way that they are easily approachable and that when members make inquiries, that they are accessible and that these inquiries are responded to on time. I also intend to introduce modern technology into the operations of the NBA by working closely with tech experts to improve on an already ICT-driven national secretariat.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, ECNBA, members of ECNBA, I've also gotten questions about the stamp and seal. A lot of lawyers say it's a major challenge and that they want these candidates to answer them. So I'm going to give them 1 minute, and this is the final question on stamp and seal. Yes, production issuance and production of MBA stamp. How can they fix the challenges lawyers face in assessing MBA stamp timeously. Mr. Benson, let me start with you. 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Okay, hello. Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, my simple answer is the swift production and delivery of these stamps and stamps wherever that branch is, anywhere in the country. I also advocate the reduction in the cost of the procurement of these stamps. I particularly advocate the introduction of the electronic stamp regime, because, and then of course the abolishment of the 1-year expiry date regime. My reason is simple. The introduction of the electronic stamp regime will, to a large extent, ensure that our lawyers, wherever they are, anywhere in the world, since these stamps must be affixed to documents, are able to take it out electronically and affix it to documents they're already preparing. I believe that the electronic stamp regime is even overdue at this stage, and that if we're able to introduce it, to a large extent, it will reduce the mercantile approach to the issue of stamps presently being experienced by our members. So that's my, it's in our manifesto, and it is also
Out of
very...
time up. Thank you. Mr. Osa, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think part of the problem is the fact that sometimes some of these stamps are even delayed at our branch secretariat. I'm aware that here, stamps can be produced in less than 48 hours. I have been a beneficiary of it. So what we need to do is to remove those bottlenecks that we find from the branches. First, we should be able to apply for stamps online by posting your receipts and all of that. And then we have a secretariat that will respond to that. Once it is produced within 24 or 48 hours, we should also have designated courier services for each region of the MBA. And once we produce within 48 hours, within the next 24 hours, those stamps are dispatched. Because I think what we have had is the issue of dispatching everything together at the same time. But we will separate all of this to remove some of these bottlenecks. Once we apply electronically, it is processed, and within 48 hours, the stamps can be dispatched. I think that will substantially cure that problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yama?
Thank you very much. We actually came across this as a challenge. People not getting their stamp on time. And I said this challenge can be minimized. For example, we have to wait for people to apply. The secretariat of the respective branches bring such application before stamp and produce. It shouldn't be so. What we need to do at this time, at which we have recommended also, is that stamping of documents should be taken, the names of the lawyers who have paid online. The moment you have paid online, your name should be taken from there and give it straight to the man who produced the stamp, and the producer then without necessarily go through the rigors. And also, we enter into an agreement with NIPOS or other courier services to deliver stamps straight from the producer to the users. So we don't need all these bottlenecks. Our stamp can get to you even without you making any formal application once you pay your practicing fee. That is what qualifies you for a stamp, and you will get it when your man becomes the general secretary.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adebite.
Presently, there's an arrangement that once you pay your bar pricing fees, you are entitled to stamp. What that means is that once you pay your bar pricing fees, you have your record, and the National Secretariat should be able to produce your stamp almost immediately. However, we need to also ensure that our members are responsible to their branches by paying their branch dues. What we should ensure is that branches send immediately the names of all their members who have paid their branch dues to the national, not waiting the 31st of March, so that if immediately anybody applies for stamp, once that application is confirmed, it's produced immediately and transmitted back to the applicant. Not more than 48 hours. I believe within 72 hours, we should have our stamp ready and dispatched to the applicant. We should also ensure that we monitor the process and follow up with the process to ensure that we do not make stamp for those who are actually not, responsible to their branches. That is why we need to ensure branches send the names of those who have paid branch dues to the national.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Have we taken the person online? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Learned seniors in the room, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I present to you candidates for the office of General Secretary of the Bar. Thank you, gentlemen. That is not allowed, please. So we're going to move on swiftly to take the candidates for the third vice president. Do we have candidates physically present in the room? Candidates for the office of the third vice president. Candidates for the office of the third vice president. Excuse me. Hello. Just two of you. Thank you, Mr. Ogba Isaac Omuta and Mrs. Asagba Justina Amanda. I'm going to give you 5 minutes each to speak to your colleagues about why they should elect you for this very important office. Thank you. I'm going to start with you. Let me start with her. Mrs. Asagba Amanda. 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Oh my God. Highly esteemed elders of the bar, distinguished colleagues, my name is Amanda Asagba. The full name, Justina Ego Amanda Asagba, popularly known as Mandy Asagba. Yes, I am here today to solicit your support for the office of the third vice president of our great association. The NBA is what I describe as our primary constituency. It's a constituency that I hold dear to heart. For me as a person, I believe the NBA is under siege. We are expected to be the voice of this nation, the voice of the people. And today, we that are supposed to be the watchdog of the society are now the one being watched. It's a problem. As a third vice, some will say, but you're just a third vice. I don't believe I'm going to be just a third vice. I believe the presidency is a very serious matter, and Mr. President needs people who can stand, who can be bold to speak truth to power. People that can stand anywhere, anytime, any day, for the president, and the president will be hailing. That's my person. Hello, I've tried it. It's a path that I've tried it before. I've been the president of OLA and still the global president as I speak. And I know that the position of vice president is very, very critical to the association. I've been blessed with a very active vice, and I know that an active vice can actually bring out the best in the presidency. Now, what are my duties as a third vice? To support the president. Yes. To take on the responsibilities that have been assigned to me under the constitution of the NBA, and also whatever duty that's been delegated to me or assigned to me by the NEC, the president, and also the general meeting. And also, my responsibility is to visit the branches, that is to coordinate the branches under my region, which is the Southwest. And then I know I have many branches in my region, and we also need to have many more branches so we can impact people in those neighborhoods. I believe that justice is for all. It shouldn't just be for those in the urban centers. We should go to the rural areas. We need to reach out to every Nigerian anywhere they are. And in doing that, we need to have branches all over, if possible. And Amanda Asagba is somebody who believes in possibilities. I do not take any word. I don't even have impossibility in my dictionary whatsoever. I believe you have to give it a try. You have to give it a shot. And when you put in your best with dedication, commitment, and sacrifice, you're surely going to get it done. And I know that I have colleagues who are ready and willing to support me anytime, any day I call on you all. Now, to be a leader is not just somebody who calls herself a leader or calls himself a leader. A leader must be responsible, must be selfless, must be ready to make the sacrifice, must be available, committed, dedicated. Purposeful, with vision. You must be ready and willing, proactive, and be there for your people. The MBA should be the voice of people. For me, the welfare of lawyers is very paramount. If I call myself a member of the MBA, there are certain things I expect to gain from the MBA. And what are those things? As a lawyer practicing in Nigeria, when I pay my practicing fees, I expect some packages to be sent to me. I need to know what the diary for the year is, what the calendar for the year is, what I'm expected, is expected of me from the MBA as a body, all those events that we need to have during the year so we can plan ahead of us. Now, that is one. Two, we're talking about the junior lawyers in this country. I have been there and I tell people, as a junior lawyer, I suffered.
Time up. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Isaac, please go next. 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ogba, as a surname, Isaac Omota, and I happen to be the immediate past chairman of MBA OTA and the publisher and editor-in-chief of Erudite Judgment of the Supreme Court. I will start with this quote in the book of Job 33, verse 4. The Spirit of God has made me. The breath of the Almighty has given me life. And that is why I stand before you here today as a candidate for the position of third vice president. I have been a vice chairman of my branch before now. And I've also served as the chairman of the MBA OTA branch, popularly known as the OTA Bar. I have served, I have led, and I have taken the branch to where it is today, and it's going higher and higher. In section 5 of the MBA Constitution, it says, in the absence, talking about the responsibility of the third vice president, it said the third vice president shall, in the absence of the president, or the first vice president, or the second vice president, preside at all meetings in which the president is empowered to preside. That means the third vice president must have the qualities, the attributes of the president. Look at me. I have it all. I have served before. I came based on the leadership prowess I have. And I believe, good enough, I know the three contestants for the position of the president. I have worked with them. I relate with them. And I can work with them. There is nowhere they will send me to speak on their behalf, that the people that I'm there to represent his interests will not listen to me. And when I speak bearing in mind that I represent the president. And when the president of MBA speaks, the world must listen. While I was the chairman of my branch, and even after I have left offices, there have been times in which we have spoken to powers that be when the air, without fear of anybody, without fear of being arrested or being maligned. We spoke the truth to the power that be. And at the time that we are in right now, we need leaders who are courageous, who are bold, who will stand and live by their manifesto. When I was the chairman of my branch, every of the agenda I listed in my manifesto when I was contesting, I fulfilled all of them. and I have about 11-point agenda on my manifesto. With the support of the president, I believe every one of them, I will fulfill all of them. Bearing in mind, we have the YLF established already, constitutionally, but there is no provision for financial funding for them, both at the branch level, both at the national level. I believe when I'm elected as the third vice president, with the support of the national executive, there will be a provision as regards how they will be funded from time to time, and not at the whims and caprices of the president or the chairman of the branches. We have Law Officers Association, lawyers working in the Ministry of Justice world. We have section of SLP, we have SPDL and Co. What stop us from even having a section for them also? The matter is good, because they form a majority of lawyers that have been neglected by several past administration world. Also, thank God my other colleagues have talked much about what they will intend to do, why they become whatever position they want to occupy. I have listed several issues in my manifesto. I have no doubt when you make me the third vice president, I'm able, I'm capable, I'm able, I'm reliable. I have every attribute you need to be a president world. With your support, you will make me the third vice president of MBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Learned seniors in the room, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you candidates for the office of third vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you. Can we now call up candidates for the office of the second vice president? Can I confirm that we have just two candidates? Just two candidates for this office? Three?
Yes.
Do we have any candidates online? Okay, great. Thank you. Who do we have online? Dick Harab. Okay, sorry sir, what's your name? Chukwuemeka.
My name is Damian Nosike.
Damian, okay. Okay, great. Mr. Chukwuemeka, please go first. Please speak to us for 5 minutes and tell us about your plans.
Thank you very much. Let me rest on already established protocols. My name is Clement Chukwuemeka, also known as Democrat. We are lawyers. We are lawyers that our aspiration is anchored on the rule of law. And this profession is predicated upon respect for the rule of law. It is on this note, distinguished colleagues, that by virtue of Section 5, sub C of the Constitution 2015 of Nigerian Bar Association as amended, have provided the duties of the office of the second vice president. We may say that the office of the vice president is like a spare tire to the president. We may equally say that the office of the second vice president is whenever there is free or any chance or any vacancy by the president. But I say no. The office of the second vice president is as enunciated in that particular provision I just read, that in his absence, the first vice will act. In the absence of the first vice, the second vice will act. In the absence of the second vice, the third vice will act. So there are qualities certain individuals that will wish to occupy such position should have. And what are these qualifications? I am glad that all the three contestants are very much qualified. I must give it to them because we have been past chairmen of each branches. And I must tell you, one of the responsibilities of the second vice president is to get and galvanize ideas to make MBA work again through the office of the president. There is no gainsaying that you can come or be a second vice president, first or third, and you will take responsibility of the president. There is no way. The president has been given the powers to be the spokesperson for the bar. What will I do? There are two cardinal principles that I will enunciate immediately I assume office. I will institutionalize a certain percentage through an advice to the president as a memo, a certain percentage to the young lawyers to have personal independence and autonomy of finances. It is very key because without the young lawyers, we will not be here. All of us grew to that particular portfolio. And I must tell you, we must, as a matter of fact, understand that there are two key areas, which is the welfare of the members, and speaking truth to power. This is the cardinal responsibility of every leader of MBA. And I must tell you that on the welfare, it will be on autopilot. It will regulate itself by, first of all, bringing up policies that will make sure that everything that we do is being regulated. And every lawyer will be equipped to have his own kind of access to fund. What do I say this? If you look at the South African law, from a little engagement I had with a South African firm, they have what is called trust fund, what is called trust account of every lawyer. And this trust account deals with every transaction in the country, always comes straight to the lawyers. And by the time a lawyer sits at a place, every lawyer must be engaged by one particular person upon transaction, and everybody will be well to do in terms of money issues. When we talk about speaking truth to power, I have demonstrated it and everybody know about that. And my manifesto, which I have read, is all contained there. Because of want of time, I shall be advising the president on the need to institutionalize what we call PDSS, Police Duty Solicitor Scheme. It should be part of MBA, so that all lawyers will be engaged, well fortified, and be given stipend by foreign donors. And we must, as a matter of urgency, reduce what we call overdependence on the government, because we cannot speak truth to power when we go hand in cap begging governors, begging everybody to help MBA. As I come in, I will advise on these issues, and it will definitely come to pass. And we must address the welfare of the staff if we must make progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please go next. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished senior advocates here present, my seniors, dear colleagues. My name is Nosike Demian Onwubiko. I'm a member of the Nigerian Bar Association Owerri branch. I was called to the Nigerian Bar in 2000. I stand here today to solicit for your support to vote for me to the office of the second vice president of our great association. I have served the bar in several capacities, both at the branch and national levels. At the branch level, I was a member of several committees in my branch, and it was crowned with my election as the chairman of the branch between 2018 and 2020. As a result of the testimonial service I rendered, I was christened the global chair by members of Owerri Bar. I acquitted myself creditably well. And coming to this position that I'm here standing before you, soliciting for your support, it is a position clearly provided under our Constitution. The duties are clearly stated there. In a nutshell, the duties are clearly meant to assist the office of the president and in collaboration with the other members of the ESCO to achieve the set goals of the administration and also for the betterment of the general bar. That I will dutifully and humbly do. I'm a team player. I will not run a parallel administration. I will respect and diligently carry out the assignments as provided thereto and ensure that meaningful policies, laudable policies, which I can bring up, are brought before the president and members of the ESCO for deliberation, and once they are found worthy of implemented, can be taken to the NEC, and once the NEC gives approval, it is for the good of the entire bar. I am not going to say that I'm going to do this or that. All I'm going to do is to ensure that the present administration, if elected into that, succeeds. The president is the leader of the administration, and as such, everyone should be subsumed under him and ensure that we give him the necessary support. I had, during the time of the General Secretary's aspirants, they were asked about conflicts between the President and the General Secretary. I don't even think it is only between the General Secretary and the President, but in most cases, it gets to the other offices. But I assure you that just like the present administration, under the leadership of Mr. Olumide Akpata, they have done exceedingly well. And I'm sure that because of the unity that they have there, which I promise to also carry out, ensure that there is peace and unity amongst our colleagues, so that the president, which we will find ourselves under, will perform creditably well, and it will be for the general good of all of us. Please, I solicit for your help and support. If you vote me into the office as the second vice president of the Great Association, I will serve you in a manner that you will be very proud of me and to the glory of God. Thank you, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I understand that we have one other candidate online. Mr. Boyin Gerald Ugochukwu, if you can hear me, please go ahead. Dr. Gerald Aboyin, I apologize.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Welcome eminent leaders of the bar, members of the bar. I adopt the already established protocol, and I say we are well met here. By the grace of God, I am contesting for the office of the second vice president of the bar. I adopt the provisions of section 95C of the NBA Constitution as my core charter mandate in respect of the office of the second vice president of the bar. I am bringing innovations and creativity to the table. I am not coming as a spare tire. I am coming as a main tire. I am coming as the real deal. I am coming to complement that office, which is protected by the full provisions of our Constitution. I am coming to tell my colleagues that our space as lawyers have been so invaded that we must embark on a recovery exercise. We are going to recover the space. We are going to create wealth for lawyers, for our young lawyers. We don't need to look outside. The judiciary as the stardom of the government have been so taken over by non-lawyers in respect of functions, certainly that ought to be performed by lawyers. We are talking about creating wealth for lawyers. The word is within us. I am bringing innovation. I am going to key in with the president's policy, which I have watched critically, and our minds, the three contestants, have done very good in discovering some of the key problems of lawyers. And what I'm bringing to the table is to key in on the mandates and charter of any of the winners among these three. I am coming in to complement their roles. I am coming in to assist them with policy decisions that will enrich the bar. I am saying that issues bordering on our being as lawyers are going to be critically examined by some of the policies I'm going to help the president to formulate. The issues of inordinate delays in trials, for instance. We are going to, as I'm talking about the new executive, which I'm going to serve by your grace and by the special grace of God, we come in to bring good innovations to the law, to our courts. We are going to make sure that certain practice directions are being issued by the appropriate chief judges of the various courts in the states of the federation, to with curbing certain unnecessary delays. Some of our applications which are non-contentious, we will move that they go through the chambers and through the registry. There is no point in delaying. Hello. Yeah, there is no point in flooding the courts with some of these simple applications that ordinarily we have to go through, would have been taken care of at the registry and at the chambers level. That is just one of these things I'm going to bring to the table. I'm going to think outside the box. Our hinterland branches, or the branches we call the local branches that are not part of the capital branches, are going to be well taken care of within those assigned to the office of the second vice president. Some of these branches, most of their young lawyers are not critically appointed in some sensitive committees. Even when the issue of welfare of young lawyers are being talked about, most of the young lawyers that enjoy these prerogatives are from the capital bar. Our rural bars, our hinterland branches are left to wallow. How many of them are appointed into the technical committee of the conference planning committees of the NBA? How many of them are in the standing committees? How many of them are in various adult committees? For God's sake, I have been tested. I was at the Oputa panel as the lead counsel of the Nigerian police. I was a past chairman of the NBA Obolafo branch, which I pioneered as the chairman upon being created. Remember, I was formerly at Ikeja branch, where I served as the secretary of the welfare committee under Adekulo Ojo SAN when he was chairman of the bar. I have a lot to bring to the table, and I am offering myself for this service because I have what it takes to assist that office of the president of the bar. Gentlemen and ladies, I enjoin you not to look at the office of the second vice president as just a dormant office, as an appendage to the office of the presidency. No, we all are lawyers and we have critical things to bring to the table. If we don't have it, we sit down. If you cannot give what you don't have, never that we don't have it. So, gentlemen and ladies, my name remains Dr. Gerald Aboni. I am the best to serve you in this office, and kindly vote for me. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aboni. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the candidates for the office of Second Vice President of the Bar. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And now we'll go to the candidates for the office of First Vice President. Do we have any of the candidates physically present? First Vice President. Are there three of you? Are there three of you? Hello? Are there three people for this office? Are there three people for this office? Are there three people for this office? Three candidates, yes. Do we have a candidate online? Thank So please introduce yourself, sir, and go first. You have 5 minutes. Yes.
The learned senior advocate here present, other respected bar leaders here, and very distinguished members of the Nigerian Bar Association. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liman Salihu. I am from Lokoja branch, otherwise known as the Conference branch. I am a candidate contesting for the position of the first Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association. Come July 16, 2022, I bring forth my tremendous years of service to the Nigerian Bar Association. My sojourn into bar administration started with me as the Assistant Secretary of NBA Lokoja branch in 2007 to 2009. In 2009, I was elected as the secretary of my branch. I then thereafter became NEC rep for 4 years, leading to my election as the chairman of NBA Lokoja branch in 2015 to 2017. Over time, I've rendered tremendous service to the Nigerian Bar Association. I have also, in the course of my service to the Nigerian Bar Association, served at various times in ad hoc committees like the Nigerian Bar Association Election Working Group. I was one of the members of the NBA team that observed the elections in Ondo, Osun, and Bayelsa states. I was also the secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Election Working Group that observed the national election that brought in the present administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. Now, why do I want to serve as the first Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association? It is very simple. I want to serve because I feel that my service to the bar will not be complete without me bringing forth my tremendous experience to the national level. I'm ready. My manifesto is already uploaded. It's with the ECNBA. But this summary or the hallmark of what I intend to do as the first Vice President of the NBA is to assist the next President of the NBA to promote the rule of law, strengthen the Human Rights Institute of the Nigerian Bar Association, which is one of the cardinal objectives of NBA. I also have passion for welfare of the Nigerian lawyers. I will assist the next president of the NBA to achieve that. Very, very important. It is important to also note that the present administration of Mr. Olumide Akpata has done so well on the welfare of the Nigerian lawyers. I will assist the next president of the Nigerian bar to raise the bar, to raise the standard of the welfare of the Nigerian lawyers. Another aspect, which is the crux of my manifesto, is the fact that capacity building and continuous legal education is one of the things that every Nigerian lawyer requires. I will assist the president to ensure that capacity building and continuous legal education programs are one of the core objectives or core programs of the next administration of the MBA. Similarly, I will also, similarly, I have also passion for the Nigerian.
Thank you. I'm sorry your time is up. So we're going to go to the third candidate online. Bala Linda Rose. If you can hear me, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I stand on the protocol as duly established. My name is Linda Rose Bala. I was born in the year 1993. I have served the bar in various capacities. Because I have a passion for the bar, as soon as I was called, I registered with the Bauchi branch and later moved to Zaria branch in 1997. As an active barman, I was co-opted in the committee of chairmen and secretaries in 1997, who were saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that we held a successful election in 1998. Thereafter, I became vice chairman of Zaria branch. In 2000, OCD Okota became our president, and he co-opted me as a member of NEC when I was just 7 years.
Please go on, your time is counting. Please go on, if you can hear me, your time is counting. Please go on. Technical crew, please make sure that the error is not from our end. Please make sure that the error is not from our end. Okay. Please go on if you can hear us.
Hello?
Please
can
go
you
on.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, please, where did I stop? Because I was certainly not hearing you. Hello?
Please go on. Your time is counting. We can hear you.
I said I've served the bar in various capacities. I was national officer, and then I was also co-opted as a member of NEC when I was just 7 years for school, under our past president, OCJ Okocha SL, and have been a NEC member from the year 2000 to today. That is 22 years. I have been a council member of legal education. I've been a member of the General Council of the Bar. I have been a member of a Women Forum and also a council member. I've been a member of the election working group. I have been the ELCOM chairman of FIDA in 2001. The functions of the first vice president as contained in section 5B of the MBA Constitution 2021 as amended. Please note that the human rights is no longer under the purview of the first vice president. I'm also an embodiment of peace and humility. I'm going to be a solid ally to the president and will not and shall not outshine the president. A vote for me is a vote for stability. A vote for me is a vote for peace. A vote for me is a vote for humility. A vote for me is taking the bar to the next level because I will do what the president says and what NEC says. Everyone who knows me knows that I'm a bridge builder. Please vote for me, and I assure you that together we'll take the bar to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Learned seniors, colleagues, I present to you the candidates for the office. You've not spoken, I'm so sorry. I was going to disenfranchise you even though you're here. Please go ahead, 5 minutes.
Well, my colleagues,
the chairman of ECNBA, and also the learned seniors that I have present. Because of lack of time, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Yakubu Salebawa. I'm the immediate past chairman, Jos Branch. And I served for 3 years. I'm also a former vice chair of the same branch. Let me say this, that what is fundamental in every generation is to understand the time and season. One thing I keep saying is the fact that for lawyers, my mindset, my philosophy, my ideology as lawyers is not just to do lawyering for money's sake. We are to look at the society. And that is what I represent. The fundamental aim and objective of MBA, issue of rule of law, fundamental rights. Nigerians are counting on us. The only professional body that will salvage Nigeria is MBA. I tell you. What is fundamental as the first vice president is for you to understand the vision of the president. When you understand his vision, you key in to give him support, to assist him, to be a good player, to make him succeed. I offer myself for service because I have done this. I'm more concerned about fundamental rights. I'm more concerned about the rights of women and children. And I told women, even at FIDA, I said there is no person that will represent you well like Yakubu Salebawa. In 2018, I did a case for a girl child. And I was invited at the United Nations. I made presentation on the girl child marriage and gender inequality in Nigeria. In 2018, I made presentation at the South African Parliament on human rights position in Nigeria. In 2019, 28 countries gathered in Abuja. I made presentation on human rights and religious freedom in Nigeria and religious tolerance. In 2019, I have trained lawyers from 19 states of this country, including FCT, Mulan, Class Fund. We came together. We trained them. How do we foster religious tolerance? I tell you, if you are talking about capacity, competence, first vice president is for Yakubu Salebawa. Bawa for the bar is here for you because what I do say is that we must look at Nigeria. We must promote rule of law. If you ask my record on the plateau, Bawa is such a person. Speaking truth to power is my DNA. I look at governor, president, I tell them you are not doing well. There's nothing they can do. They are mortals, they are mere men. We must tell them the truth. When there was issue of Jusun strike on issue of financial autonomy, Yakubu Salebawa was the first MBA chairman that organized a protest in this country in collaboration with Jusun. It's on record. What we're trying to do, and I work with the president, and I know that MBA we can do better. We can do more. Apart from the warfare, anything that caused my heart to bleed, when I hear a lawyer is brutalized, it can happen under our watch. By the special grace of God. You see a lawyer being harassed? I have done it on the plateau where lawyers have been detained. At my appearance alone, things are settled. I have done it several times. Let me give you a story for women. I had an encounter with a woman that was brutalized by her husband. Because on the plateau, even on radio, as a chairman, everybody knows when I'm talking about MBA chairman. We have made the voice of MBA very pronounced on the plateau. A woman came to me, she said she has been brutalized. And she said, all that I told her, I said, when you go back to your husband, tell him that you have spoken to Barrister Bawa. I tell you the following day, they become Romeo and Juliet. The man just stand on his, everything went normalized. Because you know I'll go after him. I tell you, we are talking about capacity. If you are talking about, as you come on 16th of July, as you open your ballot paper, just go for Bawa. Bawa is the answer for the now. In this time that we are in Nigeria, you will meet a vibrant, fearless, courageous person that will assist the president because he has a lot of responsibility to deal with matters of human rights, rule of law. Once the president hands over to me, I will deliver, I will fail you. Thank you so much for the audience.
Thank you very much. your candidates for the office of First Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. We're going to take another quick break. I apologize, it's going to be very short. It's going to be very, very short. We have to listen to the presentation by INIT, the technical support team to the ECNBA. They're just going to give us a short presentation of how the process is going to go of elections. And I think it's important, some of us have questions. I think it's important that we listen to them just for about 5-10 minutes. During that time, we'll also serve refreshments, so please stay on your seats and let's do this as quickly as possible, please. And then we'll come back to the presidential debate. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again, distinguished candidates and members of the Nigerian Bar Association. I want to thank you for your patience thus far, and I think we are doing well. I think we deserve a round of applause. Let's clap for ourselves. I think the candidates have been able to showcase themselves to us, and we are on course. Right now, what we are going to do is we are going to share light refreshments for you. You've been here for a while, so you deserve the light refreshments. Then we are going to have the technical support consultant as well as the ICT service provider talk to us a few minutes about the electoral process. As we all know, we are adopting, we are voting electronically. So it's important for us to understand the process, because this is an opportunity for us to sensitize you because of the platform about how the process will work. But before I do so, I just want to speak to you about the process of the appointment of the technical support consultant as well as that of the ICT service provider. As you well know, there are constitutional guidelines as to the appointment of these service providers. With respect to the technical support consultant, the technical support consultant is Finesse Technologies Integrated Limited. They were appointed after we had sent a request for proposal out into the public of people who are interested in providing technical support to the ECNBA as highlighted in the Constitution. Gentlemen, please, can I have your attention? The feedback I'm getting from the audience is like nobody is listening to me. Can I have your attention, please? This is very important. So after we sent out the request for proposal, we received 2 proposals to provide technical support consultancy. And what we did then was to publish the names of the companies. One was Finesse Technologies Limited, the other was Trevoris Limited, or Tivoris Limited. So we published it for the public to see the people who had submitted proposals to provide this service. And this was pursuant to the NBA Constitution, because the NBA Constitution directs that we do so that if NBA members, anybody in the public, is objecting to the appointment of the person as a technical support consultant or the company as a technical support consultant, they can send in their objections. We did not receive any objections. We then proceeded to screen the 2 companies. And after a rigorous screening process, we decided to employ Finesse Technologies Integrated Limited, because they clearly displayed to us experience, capacity to do the work. We had to choose between somebody who had not done any form of election management system as a technical support consultant or somebody who had the experience. And clearly, without any shadow of doubt, we unanimously settled for Finesse Technologies. After that, the next task was to appoint the ICT service provider who will be providing the election management system for the election. And we went through the same process. We issued a request for proposal. It was made public, and after the period required for people to object was over, we did not receive any objections. We received proposals from 4 companies. In collaboration with election body, Vertebra, Africa Prudential, and e-ballot. After reviewing all their proposals and talking to all of them as part of our initial screening process, we settled for, we shortlisted Vertebra and Init with the collaboration with election body. The reason we settled for these 2 companies was that e-ballot, which was an American company, had a good platform, but they did not have some capabilities. For instance, as you all know, you have received SMS from the ECNBA. They said they were not able to send out SMSs. They could only do emails, because in America, where they conduct elections, they could only send emails to their voters. With respect to Africa Prudential, it was obvious to us that their platform did not have the capacity to handle the elections. So after that exercise, we screened again, and we screened the Vertebra. We identified some issues, so we decided, since election body had the capacity, their platform was secure, their platform was accessible and friendly, that we will use the Init election body collaboration as the service provider to provide us with the election voting platform. So I want to assure you, on behalf of the ECNBA, that we have settled for the 2 companies that have the capacity, the competence, and the experience to deliver for us a voting platform that will be free and fair. So what I will do now is to invite the representative, the managing director, CEO of Finesse Technologies, to talk to us for the next few minutes about issues relating to data collation and some of the issues that we still have right now. And I urge you to listen to him very well. I urge you to listen to him very well. We have just sent out a release today. There are a category of voters that we have issues with their phone numbers and their emails. And we are giving them the last and final opportunity to validate their emails and their phone numbers through a process. He will explain that process to us. Please be rest assured that the list of qualified voters we have were generated by the MBA from the people who paid their bar practicing fees as at the 31st of March 2022. So, listen to him. I invite to the podium now Mr. Akin Wulire, MD CEO of Finesse Technologies, our technical support consultant. Thank you. After Akin, Mr. Femi Taiwo of INITS will do a demonstration of the platform, the election voting platform, for all of us to see how it is going to work. Thank you. Apologies, we'll change the order. We'll have Mr. Femi Taiwo of INIT demonstrate the platform to us because he has to attend to another meeting where he is. So he will do so within the next 10 minutes. I think we'll do that before we invite Mr. Akin Akinwolere. Femi, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, highly esteemed members of the bar. It's my privilege today to make this presentation to everyone here and also online regarding the electronic voting platform, and also the process as we'll have it on the 16th of July, next week, Saturday. So I'll be running us through the platform and also the process so that there's clarity as to the exact way and what to expect on the election day itself. So the election will open on the 16th of July, on Saturday, the 16th of July, at 12 a.m. and will close at 11:59 p.m. also on the same day, Saturday, the 16th of July. Just as the chairman of the ECNBA explained, the requirements to vote would be that your name is already on the final voters register that has been published by the ECNBA. And the second part is that the link that would allow you to vote will be sent to your email address or to the email address and the phone number that is attached to your profile on the NBA portal. For the election, we'll be using a platform. We're doing this in collaboration with election body. So we'll be using a platform provided by election body, and we have local support to ensure the success of the election on that day. And to cast your vote, you do not need to install any application. Using a web browser from your phone, from your tablet, from your laptop, or from your desktop computer, or any other device that can connect to the internet and load a website would enable you vote. Once it's 12 midnight, you should have already received the link that will enable you to vote. That link is personalized and unique, so it's a private link meant for just you as an eligible voter. And that same link will be sent to you by email and sent to the phone number that we have attached to your profile on the NBA portal as an eligible voter. Again, that link is private and is personalized and so should not be shared. If at that 12 o'clock you have not received the link by SMS or by email, you should check in your spam or junk mail folder to ensure that you've received, to ensure that it's not there. And there's a process for getting help on election day I'll talk about in one of the other slides. This is a sample of the SMS that you will receive. If the phone number attached to your profile is able to receive the SMS saying the elections are open, vote now, and the link to cast your vote or cast your ballot. Once you open that link, you will end up on a page with all the different positions and all the different candidates under each position. And you would then be able to choose the specific candidates that you would like to cast your vote for, or you'd like to give your vote to. And on that screen, you're going to have, like I mentioned, all of the options. And you would also have the option to abstain if you do not wish to vote for any of the candidates in that particular, vying for that particular position across the different positions that are being contested for. So you can choose to abstain or you can choose a specific candidate. Now, when you do that, and this is us still going around choosing candidates, and in this case, the person is choosing to abstain from choosing a candidate for the position of welfare secretary, you will be taken to a verification page. That verification page allows you to see, or a confirmation page, allows you to see all the different choices that you've made, or your selections, before it is finalized. So at this point, if you are satisfied with the selection that you have, you can click on submit. If you are not satisfied, you can click on edit, which will take you back and you can change any of the things, any of the selections that you made previously. It's very important to review it because at this point, once you submit, you will not be able to make any further changes to your ballot. And once you submit your ballot, you will see a confirmation page and a confirmation code. This confirmation code is a unique identifier for the ballot that you've just cast and will be used in the future if there's a need to do an audit of the entire process, if there's a controversy or there's a need for a third-party verification of the entire process. You will also receive, if your email is attached to your profile, you will also receive a confirmation email and also the same confirmation code for your own records. Now, at this point, you can then wait until past 11:59 p.m. when election ends for the results to be published. Now, one of the things that we would enjoy from using this platform is that the results are immediately tallied as they are being cast, and that means that one of the provisions or one of the requirements of the constitution of the NBA, that the results must be published within 24 hours, will be met. And you see the results like as is shown on the right-hand side of the screen you're looking at. This is us using election body in 2020, and these are just results, or this is part of the results from the 2020 elections when we used the election body platform as well to execute this. To ensure that there is a clear understanding for as many people as possible who wish to participate in this election and are eligible, we will send out by email links and instructional text on how to cast your vote, what to expect, and how the entire process will run. We would also provide email and phone support to anybody who may have any problems or challenges on the day. The contact center number will be published in the coming days. I'm going to just jump to what the most common questions are and try to answer them very briefly because questions may come up, and instead of taking the questions, I'll just jump and go over some of these questions. These questions will also be answered in the FAQ, in the frequently asked questions page. So I will just gloss over a number of them. Now, to ensure that we have the integrity of the election properly maintained, all ballots are encrypted using SSL encryption, and that's the same security and encryption that the most secure systems use. And we have done this before. We had the privilege of running this in 2020, and the platform has been used to serve well over 100,000 voters. In our case, we have around 60,000 voters. So we have done this before, and with a capacity that exceeds what we're about to do. The system has been programmed to start at exactly 12 midnight. So we'll start on time. You will get your notices by email and by SMS. We support whether it's a laptop, a phone, a desktop, a tablet, or any other device. It can even be your watch, if your watch can open up web pages to run through your balloting process. And if you have any issues, there will be a contact center that will run throughout the election period to ensure issues are resolved within our own capacity. To ensure that the identity of every voter is known and the identity and the links are sent to the right people, the entire process to generate the voters list, just as the chairman has mentioned, has been carefully followed to ensure that only eligible voters are on the list, and the contact information that is provided there were updated based on requests by the eligible voters, and will be the ones to receive those links. To protect the ballot, anonymity is protected, so we cannot know that Femi voted for this specific person, but with the entire process that has been created between the confirmation code and also the ballot cast, is now with the voters, the voter's identity is protected because that information is not stored specifically to say that this is who Femi voted for specifically. No one will be allowed to vote multiple times based on the fact that every SCN is unique to an individual, and an email address and or phone number can only be attached to one profile. The results, as I mentioned, will be ready within 24 hours of the end of the election itself. And the votes, the voting record, all activities will be kept for 4 to 7 years after the election in any event of an audit, an inspection, or a review purpose. Thank you very much. So please expect more details in your email as an eligible voter regarding the entire election process, and we look forward to the election coming up next week, Saturday. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Akin Walere. I'm the technical consultant to the ECNBA. I'm also the managing director of Finesse Integrated Technologies Limited, which is the partner that is working with the ECNBA on the technology side of things. I'll talk to two things. One is the data of eligible lawyers that we're using for the election. And I have the slide. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up so I can talk you through. So I think the first premise that we'll set it up is that every lawyer by constitution that has paid their by-practicing fee by the 31st of March is eligible to vote. However, we should have it at the back of our mind that we are having an electronic voting process. So there is further activities that need to be done to ensure that even though you have paid your by-practicing fee, you are eligible to vote. However, can you participate in the ballot itself? Meaning that there must be some other information pertaining to the lawyer that must be available. And those two information critical ones are the emails and the phone number. So I'll talk through the process. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so what do we talk about when we talk about data cleanup? Every lawyer that has paid their bar practicing fee by 31st of March, the data is available to the secretariat. That is taken from the payment platform at the time of which you're making the payment. Some of you paid directly, some paid through their offices, some did group payments. So once this record was received, we published the first one. The first record was published to comply with the 45 days requirement for eligible voters to be published. Okay. Okay. All right. So once that was done, the list was shared and everybody had the opportunity to look at the list and cross-check for their names. And those who couldn't find their names were given a platform. Send an email to this platform, follow up, and their data was double-checked, provide information, proof of payment, your enrollment number, and any other information that you need to the secretariat. And the secretariat was able to resolve all the issues of those that couldn't find their name, either because of payment glitch or one thing or the other. And once those issues were resolved, we gave a period of about 2 weeks to 1 month for that process. We initially gave it 2 weeks, but it was later, the ECNBA later gave additional period of time to be able to accommodate almost everybody. Now the secretariat came back with the final list and said, okay, we have looked at everything. These are the list of people that have been able to make payments, and we have their records with us. And we have to give some credit to the secretariat in the amount of work that was done to ensure that everybody that is qualified, eligible to vote, is actually given an opportunity. There was a very elaborate back and forth process working with them to ascertain this. After these issues were received, we received the final list, and at that point in time, thank you to the secretariat, we have the final list where these are the list of eligible voters. Now, there must be some distinction, meaning that if you've paid your bar practicing fee, you're eligible. However, are you able to vote? Are you qualified to vote by having a unique email address and unique phone number that voting credentials can be forwarded to? This exercise was what we call about the data cleanup. So the data we receive from the secretariat, we have to put it through some checks to be sure that the data itself, number one, things like email addresses, because if you look at group payments, you can use, in some cases, one email address is used to pay for more than one lawyer. We cannot send voting credentials to one voting credential to one email. We cannot do more than that. So each email address, each phone number must be unique. So we put that through that rigorous test. And what we're saying today is that we've identified a final number of records that needs the owners of these records to go to them and do the final check so that they are not in any way excluded from the election. We cannot accept these records if they do not meet the requirement. So we're given another period of time for them to go into the portal and do this. And this period of time will elapse by, I think, tomorrow evening, Friday, midnight on Friday. But it's a very simple process. I'll talk you through the process. It's something that you don't need a very sophisticated system for you to do it. Just go to the portal. This URL, votersrecordissue.ecnba.ng. Once you go to the portal, you are asked to provide your enrollment number. That's all the information we need from you, your enrollment number. Once you provide the enrollment number, you type the enrollment number in the box that is given to you. Once you type it into the box, it is validated. Once that record is validated, you will see the records that are pertaining to that enrollment number. You see your name, your email address that we have, and the phone number that we have. We've intentionally marked those information for compliance with data protection regulations. We don't provide information to people without ensuring that they meet the data protection regulations. Once that information is yours, click on Validate. An OTP is sent to that email, an OTP is sent to the phone number. Enter the OTP, and your record is validated, and you can close it. So that's a very, very simple process. However, there are also those that maybe the information that they find there is not accessible, or is not theirs. Those are the ones that we need to look at and be sure that whatever information they are presenting to us is authenticated. Authenticated using things like your national ID, because we want to be sure that whoever is making this request is a valid person. And that will go through a process which I'll show you. You just upload that information. It's just for us to validate that it's who is making the request that is presenting the identification required, and at the end of the day, before that process is approved. And the lawyer will get an email that says your request has been approved. So this is a screenshot of the site. Go to the site, type in your enrollment number. Your information is provided to you. You look at the information as it is, click on validate, an OTP is sent to you. If the OTP is sent to you and you don't receive it, check your junk mail folder, because sometimes mails can go to your junk mail folder. Check it exhaustively to be sure you did not receive it. So far, you are sure that the email is yours. Same thing with your phone number. You get the OTP on your phone number, enter it into the system. Once you enter it into the system, you get a notification that it is successfully received. Once both records are successfully received, you get a green check box with the both records. You can close it and the transaction is completed. You're able to go forward. However, for those that are not able to, maybe the information, the email address is not theirs, or the phone number is not theirs, then they will go through what we call the edit. They click on the edit button. Now, two things will happen on the edit button. We would ensure you to provide us this information. Now, we want you to give us this information, meaning that the email address, my enrollment number is right, but my email address is not the correct one, or my phone number is not the correct one. We would take this information from you. You also validate the information, because we want to be sure that any information we're taking from you is validated. It proves two things to us. Number one, the person that is making the entry has the phone number and the email address with him at the point at which he's making those entries. And second, and more important, is that we also need a further identification, either your driver's license, your NIN, national ID card, or your voter's card, or a data page of your international passport, to prove that the name that we have on file is actually the name of the person that we're using. It's only government IDs that can be accepted for this. We're going through this extreme length to allow as many people that qualify to be given the final opportunity to participate. But it's a very short window of time, so we expect everybody to take advantage of this situation, after which there's no other further updates required. We understand that technology itself, that's why we're putting all these checks to be sure that whoever is making these updates, we know whoever it is, we have record of these people, and we also know the IP address they're coming from, as well as the records that they're providing to us. So it's a very, very simple three-step process. Once you submit all of this, we'll review it at the back end. If all the information that we have about you is correct, your record will be approved and you'll be included in the voters register. So by Friday, there won't be any opportunity for anybody to add themselves to this list. The final list of those that are qualified to vote is what the ECNBA will be providing to the service provider for voting purposes only. So we encourage all lawyers to look at the list, ensure your name is, if your name is on the list, take these actions to automatically be reintroduced back into the process. Failure to do so would mean that such a lawyer will not be able to participate in the election, and they will not receive any voting credentials on that day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akin Wulire of Finesse Technologies. And I thank you also, distinguished audience, candidates, for listening to their presentations. The information release and the list is live on the MBA website as well as the ECNBA website. Please, I urge you to go and check. Before I even say that, how many of us here have received text, emails, or SMSs from the ECNBA? Can you please put up your hand? How many of us I take it that 100% receiving or reception. Thank you. If you have not received, now you have to undertake this process that Mr. Akinwolere has just explained to us. We as a committee have a duty to explain to you all any challenge we have. And this is a challenge that we have, which we have brought to your attention. So please, immediately go to the ECNBA website, go on the portal. If you have not received a test email from us or a message, if you have, you are good to go for the elections. You don't have to do anything. But if you have not, you have to undertake this process. So, with that said, I believe we are now ready for the presidential debate. Yes, please. We are going to have a press briefing after this process. So we'll take questions during that press briefing. So I would like to invite Mrs. Shola Sholeye, our very indefatigable moderator, who has done an excellent job thus far, to moderate the presidential debate. Please give her another round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick announcement. There's a red forerunner with plate number ABJ426BV. Red forerunner with ABJ426BV plate number. Please, we need you to go outside and move your car. I think you're blocking some people who need to move. A red forerunner ABJ426BV. Our time is far spent. And without much ado, I want to bring our presidential candidates upstage. Mr. J.K. Gadzama, SAN. Thank you. Please let's settle down. Leonard Silk, YC Michael, please join us on stage. Please let's settle down. And finally, but not the least, Mr. Jonathan Tidy. Please, can we have one house? Can we take our seats? Our rules still stand. No booing, no cheering. You can clap, But please, let's settle down so we can hear them. Can we please settle down? We're not going to have any debate if I can see people still standing. Please, let's settle down. It's too noisy. It's too noisy. Please, can we settle down? Thank you. Our rules still stand, please. So, our candidates are going to speak to us for 10 minutes each. They're going to tell us about their plans for the bar, their manifesto. They're going to share it with us. Please, let's settle down so that we can hear them. In no particular order, but I think I'll just go with alphabetical order. Can we do alphabetical order? So that means that J.K. Gadzama, SAN, you speak first. After which you'll be followed by YC Mekel, SAN, and then Mr. Tidy will speak last.
All right, thank you. The chairman of ECNBA and members, and as well as all my professional colleagues, both in person and attending virtually. It's my honor to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Joe Kiari Gadzama, and by God's grace, a senior advocate of Nigeria. I was called to the Nigerian bar on the 16th of October, 1986. I hail from a small village called Lassa in Borno State, in northeastern Nigeria, the only zone out of the 6 that has not produced the MBA presidency. I have a 23-page manifesto, which is on the ECNBA website, as well as some other websites. I adopt the entirety of same, and you would have observed, for those who have read it before now, that the foundation of my manifesto is continuity and innovation. The first question is, why continuity? I have 2 good reasons. One, because governance is a continuum. Secondly, our president, the amiable, indefatigable Mr. Olumide Akpata, has done very, very well, that what he has achieved so far must be continued with. Why is he succeeding? He is succeeding because he is prepared, has been a barman for the last 20 years that I've known him. I have been a barman right from call to bar, and I've worked with every president of the Nigerian Bar Association closely, right from 1998, when I served as the electoral officer that saw T.J. Onomigo Okoko SAN becoming the president of MBA until today. I have been a NEC member since 1998, ceaselessly till date. And each time there was a meeting and I was not attending, I must send a letter of apology. Now, I have my manifesto that contains 30 specific items I want to achieve for the MBA. But before I go into that, I want to let you know that these are doable. And I've done that in the past as chairman of MBA Abuja branch between 2002 and 2004, where I had 25 items, and I succeeded in implementing 24 and a half. In the first place, welfare of lawyers. particularly young lawyers, whose name I changed as far back as 2010, 12 years ago, from junior lawyers to young lawyers. I have the evidence here. That's why I'm here with my bag. From remuneration, because we don't appreciate them much. They are not well paid, only in few cases. But the generality of the young lawyers are not well paid. I will set up, or rather continue, with the deliberations and the findings and recommendations that were made recently at the NEC meeting in Ilorin, and I was in attendance, on young lawyers' remuneration. And in terms of what they would take in different regions of the country, because we can't have one formula for the entirety of the country. Now, we will raise and set up a national minimum wage monitoring committee that will be advising us as to those who comply and those who breach, and those who comply will be appreciated and promoted. Now, in addition to that, what about access to finance? Olumide Apata has tried. Young lawyers can access 2 million any moment from, etc., etc. Permit me to now rush to the other aspect I consider very important. If you look at the MBA Constitution, particularly Section 3, subsections 1, 2, and 3, you will see that the major functions and duties or objectives and aims of the MBA as a body include promoting, defending, and ensuring the independence and integrity of the bar, the independence and integrity of the judiciary, promotion of recognition and enforcement of fundamental human rights for every citizen in this country. Have we done well? I remember very well when Olisa Abakobo was president of the Nigerian Bar Association, we all gathered at the Hilton and changed the motto and catchphrase of the Nigerian Bar Association from Ubi Jus, Ibi Remedium, to a promotion of the rule of law. And that is what is in the Constitution. And I stand for that. I will talk truth to power because I am uncompromisable and incorruptible. Now, I have been the pioneer chairman of MBA Spidel, the public interest ambit or arm of the MBA, which is now being headed by Dr. Monday Obani. And Mr. Olumide Apata deemed it necessary to make me the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Securities Agencies Relations Committee. That is because I have a lot to offer when it comes to public interest litigation and lawyering. I was the one that moved the entirety of the MBA last year, in the absence of the president of MBA, on foot from this hall to the National Assembly to fight for the rights of the judiciary. I am the lead counsel representing the police officer in Ekiti who was dismissed for becoming pregnant as a police officer.
Thank you, Leonard Silk. So we'll move on to YC Michael SAN, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. May I extend my best compliments to the chairman, ECNBA, and distinguished members of that committee, and to my colleagues and those who are participating virtually. My name is Yakubu Chonoko Michael, and by the special grace of God, a senior advocate of Nigeria. I hail from Kebbi State, the northwestern part of Nigeria. And I have presented myself to serve as the already existing beneficiaries of this scheme. And in the second year of my administration, we would also add another 1,000. And so at the time we're exiting office by the special grace of God after 2 years, we will have not less than 3,000 of our members enjoying healthcare service under the auspices of the Nigerian Bar Association. Access to finance. Mr. Olumide Akpata has put together 1.5 billion naira in savings for the Nigerian Bar Association to backstop access to finance. This access to finance is made possible because of the savings that we have. I guarantee you, because of my track record, and you can go and check, that 1.5 billion naira that is being put in that account can only be built upon. It will never be dissipated. It's an account that is going to be maintained for the interest of the bar, and we have a commitment to also build on these funds. What are we going to do? We are going to advocate for the recognition of law firms as also small-scale, medium enterprises that would access grant from the Central Bank of Nigeria that will boost this finance. Young lawyers, we are promising young lawyers that law offices that have already made it, they have a name in this country, we will take them to these law offices, and Nigerian Bar Association is going to partner with these law offices and make sure that the allowances that are meant to be given to these young men that are sent there for mentorship are paid with contribution from the Nigerian Bar Association and those law offices. That is the way we will provide opportunities for our young lawyers to participate in mentorship and build their own careers. We have to protect our legal space. Our legal space is being encroached by no less technology and the insecurity that we are faced with. Today we suffer insecurity. The places we go to do our practices, we cannot go to those places anymore. We would have to call those we have given responsibility for the public trust in this country into account. They have to give us the stewardship, account of the stewardship of what we have asked them to do, the investment they are making in security in this country. We would ask them to explain why is it that Nigerians are not protected. Only yesterday we had a prison break, a jail break. Officers are being killed. And then law officers, for instance, that have prosecuted those ones that are in prison, that have now escaped, their lives are in danger. What is government doing? Is it that we are not investing enough in the security of this country, or it is simply a lackadaisical attitude? We are the ones that will call government to order, will call government to account, and we are going to do that. Continuing legal education is something that we have to do, because we have to remain globally competitive. Our competitors are no longer in Kaduna or Lagos, our competitors are across the world. Work remuneration for lawyers. The report of the Remuneration Committee, I am committed to adopting that report when I come into office. Section 15 of the Legal Practitioners Act talks about a remuneration committee. I would activate that committee that never sat for over 30 years, so that that committee would come up with an order that would become enforceable, because that is the only way we can guarantee the payment to lawyers. And then, of course, even our judiciary. We cannot protect a judiciary when we do not participate in the process of the appointment of judges. Appointment of judges must be a business of merit and integrity. We would not allow anybody to just get into that space, because it is the joint and combined effort of the bench and bar that would help us to promote, to support, and entrench the rule of law in this country. These are some of the things that I promise I'm going to bring on board by the special grace of God. And let me tell you this one final word. In my 32 years of the practice of this profession, I have shown respect to all my colleagues. I have dealt with my colleagues professionally, honestly, and with respect. There is not one person that I have cause to deal with or interact with, either in the office where I served for over 12 years, or in this office that I still do not maintain a relationship with. That is mentorship. That is mentorship by your own lifestyle. My colleagues are respected. I have respect for all my colleagues. When I have dealings with them, I respect the terms of my dealings. None of our colleagues in the entirety of this country would accuse me of having breached any of the rules of professional conduct in dealing with my colleagues. If I did that for one, then I can do that for all. That is what I'm bringing to the table, ladies and gentlemen, on the platform of honesty and integrity. And that is why I'm putting myself out here to say to you that by the special grace of God and with your support, if you elect me into office as the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, what Olumide Akpata has done will simply be a tip of the iceberg. We will at the minimum, sustain what Olumide Akpata has done and build on it. That is the commitment that I'm doing that I'm giving to you, members of the Nigerian Bar Association, and you can hold me accountable to that. Give me the steering wheel of the Nigerian Bar Association. I will drive it. We will have mutual accountability between us. Whenever I do anything wrong, you call me to account. And if you are conducting yourself in a manner that will not ensure that we get to our promised destination or the desired destination, I would also call you into account. That is what I bring on the table by the special grace of God. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. God bless. Thank you.
Can we settle down, please? Can we settle down? Please, we do not want any chanting, except you don't want this debate to go on. We don't want any chanting, please. Let's stick by the rules. A quick announcement, there's a Kia with RSH694BV, Kia Optima, a Kia Optima with plate number RSH694BV. Please, we need you outside to move. I believe you're blocking some people. Please, let's not chant. Let's not make too much noise so we can hear ourselves. We can hear our candidates. Please. So now I'm going to go to Mr. Jonathan Tidy. He will speak to us for 10 minutes.
The chairman and members of ECNBA, distinguished senior and other colleagues, my first service to the bar was as secretary in a branch in the year 2008. Thereafter, I served the branch in various other capacities, the last being as NEC rep in a branch. Like the saying, the most recent service to the bar was, by the grace of God and with your support, between 2018 and 2020. One of the first items we dealt with when we assumed office, and I am glad to proudly announce that to you, was to go paperless in our meetings. Before then, the bar spent on the average 100 million naira per annum on printing of neck bundle and other bundles. So I was glad to retire the traditional NBA printers, and the bar is better for it today. We've been able to free up that huge chunk of money to render other services to you. Again, when we assumed office, the issuance of stamps were enmeshed with so much troubles. We dealt with the problem from day one, and we immediately noticed the remarkable printing and distribution of stamps across the country to our members to promote their practice. I stand before you as a candidate for president of our great association, the NBA, and I have an agenda with 11 points, the foremost of which is to restore and maintain the integrity of the bar. The bar cannot be manipulated, controlled, or subsumed under any other organ, be it body of benchers, or body of senior advocates, or body howsoever called. We will stand very firm and resolute that the bar must remain independent. It is only when you have an independent bar that you can birth an independent judiciary. At the root of our problems as a nation and even within the legal profession today is the inefficiency of our system of administration of justice, a product of so many years of neglect, particularly from the bar, because the bar had witnessed various stages of interferences. We must say no to that so that we can have our judiciary truly independent. The system of administration of justice today is responsible for most of the issues that we have. And you ask me the question, the foremost welfare you can give to every lawyer is to restore their income. Why are we running away from lawyers earning their statutory fees from land registries and other registries across the country? This is a noble profession, and I'll leave it as a matter of second option for lawyers who want to patronize financial institutions to be able to run their business. The first priority must be that we will demolish all the obstacles on the path of restoring the earnings of our members, because that is the only way we can hold our shoulders high. That is the only way. After taking a loan, there will be no bank coming to knock on your door to say it's time to pay up. Business must strive for lawyers, for them to be able to put food on the table, and that is a matter of priority. Today, our judiciary is enmeshed with so many controversies that we get so ashamed rather than be the pride of the nation. I say boldly that under my watch as president of the bar, you cannot appoint our colleagues, no matter how well you think they are connected, to the bench. They must be subjected to writing rigorous examination so that when they get there, they are ready to deliver justice and not injustice. Again, our heads of courts, I must say this very clearly, are not transparent in the way they administer the funds, scarce funds that are allocated to our judiciary. We must set the template. Otherwise, whoever becomes head of court does whatever he or she likes with the funds of judiciary to the neglect of other judicial officers. Recently, you all read the leaked memo to the CJN, very embarrassing, that their lordships had to stop work from 4 p.m. daily, when even in our schools, light out is not at 4 p.m. Meanwhile, enormous funds are allocated to the judiciary. So we must insist that the bar is part of how those funds are appropriated. That is the only way we can say we are speaking for the bench. We cannot speak for the bench when we look the other way, when our judicial officers are being oppressed by the heads of courts. Enough of oppression, and under my watch, there will be no going back on that point. Again, the disciplinary mechanism today in the bar is very weak, bringing us embarrassment and lack of public confidence in the judicial sector. We must strengthen the disciplinary mechanism so that the few bad eggs amongst us would rather face the music, so that the rest of us that are not suffering from any of those illnesses that are associated with professional indiscipline will simply take the profession to the next level. We must strengthen our disciplinary mechanism. Very, very important. Again, our members do not reside in the National Secretariat of the NBA. Our members live in our branches. And so we must strengthen the capacity of our branches to be able to deal with issues of training across the country. We cannot wait only for annual general conferences to expose our members to those wonderful materials that ordinarily they will have interfaced with, assuming the branches had been so well equipped. So we must deal with our members, particularly through the branches, strengthen them, grant them all that they require, so that it is not a ritual that we observe only annually. I'm sure we're more than anxious to hear what we have in stock for the young lawyers. They're the most vulnerable in the profession. And so we cannot leave them, unleash them on the Nigerian society upon being called to bar. This is what I intend to do. We must immediately set up an endowment fund. Every senior advocate must contribute to that endowment fund. Because you cannot take the rank and go and chop the money all alone. You must put back to the profession, to the endowment fund. It will become compulsory so long as you still practice law in our country. From that endowment fund, we can make training accessible to our young lawyers. We can support them in other areas, conferences within and outside the country, so that they can be equipped to carry on legal practice. Now, we all commend Olumide Akpata that he's a Messiah who has come to restore the bar to its rightful path. You know why he was able to do that? Because he's one of us. He is not of the exalted rank of silk. If you belong to that rank and you are dining on the table, you have to observe table manners. Taidi stands before you, does not dine on the table, and so has no business looking at anybody's face to speak truth to power. I stand before you that those titles in themselves are an impediment to your leading the bar right. Taidi has capacity. Taidi is ready. Taidi is here. Vote him on the 16th of July. Together we'll tidy the bar.
Thank you, Leonard Senior. Mr. Mekiao, I've been told that those at the back cannot hear you, so you would have to lean forward, or maybe I give you this. Thank you. So we've listened to our candidates speak to us about their plans for the bar. Now we're going to go into specific questions that members of the bar have sent in. One of the first questions I have is this. On the assumption that no MBA president can solve all the problems of the legal profession in a 2-year tenure, what areas are you going to prioritize upon assumption of office? Did we all get the question? On the assumption that no NBA president can solve all the problems of the legal profession in a 2-year tenure, what areas are you going to prioritize on your assumption of office? Can I start with you, Mr. Taidi?
Priority attention will start with the very laudable policies of the Olumide Akpata administration. One of the problems we have had in this profession, and I've been around for a long time, I became a member of NEC since 2008, is the lack of continuity of policies, resolutions that are beneficial to our members. So administrations sometimes do not pass on the good high points of their regime to the incoming administration. I have a repository of all those fantastic and less fantastic decisions, so I'll uphold the implementation of those agreements as a matter of priority. In addition, what we need at this point is to preserve the integrity and independence of the bar. Very important. It's at the root of all the issues that we have. And finally, you go into other areas, 24 months is certainly short. Taidi has capacity to deal with all the issues simultaneously. I don't deal with the issues one at a time.
Thank you very much. You have 2 minutes. You still have 57 seconds if you want to add anything.
Now, in a very short time, I had told you what I can do in 24 months. Now, given the little time that is left, I will assure you that never before would the bar have experienced the kind of leadership that Taidi is bringing on the table. Res ipsa loquitur.
Thank you very much. YC Michael, SAN. Please speak, maybe use the other one. Technical support. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is there a conspiracy here?
Please come here, sir.
So talking about what one can do in a period of 2 years, if you look at my manifesto, 28-page manifesto, I've been very specific and categorical about the things I intend to do in terms of building on what Olumide Akpata. It is because of the understanding that the issues of the Nigerian Bar Association are not about my person. They are about the benefits that I call to the bar simply requires an opportunity. I am just a product of opportunity as a young lawyer. Young lawyers require opportunities for them to express themselves. We've talked about the sort of mentorship that we are going to bring for them to have the opportunity to also express themselves and bring out the resourcefulness that they have, and also have the opportunity to be gainfully engaged. Education program that is being carried out right now is one that we would continue to build upon, is one that we would sustain, knowing fully well that the only way we can be globally competitive is to improve our capacities across board. The young lawyers have the language of the global village today. They have the language, they have the antecedents, they also have the generational traits to relate with the developments that are happening in the global world today. The only thing we can do is to make sacrifices for them, and make that we empower them in order to bear out their excellence that they carry.
Thank you. Mr. Gadzama, please go ahead.
Yes. There are many low-hanging fruits. One, we want immediately a tech-savvy MBA. How do we do that? We must establish an app that every member of the MBA can access the leadership, the national officers, the chairman of all the fora, and the sections, and everyone, and any document, immediately. Now, secondly, we equally need a tech-savvy judiciary. Why do you go to court to just take a ruling or judgment, or to argue a non-contentious application? That can be done virtually. I am a digital lawyer. I am ICT compliant. I will ensure that happens. Okay, let us talk about the young lawyer. The corpers, for example, they have their CDS. They go and while away time, doing sometimes nothing. Why don't you engage them to go to Human Rights Commission and Legal Aid and help handle some of those cases at the magistrate courts, and pay them some stipends, and guide them as counsel in chambers? There are many other things to do on public interest litigation. We must continue to be a watchdog and ensure that those in authority do the right thing and do good governance and ensure transparency and accountability so that Nigeria can thrive. We're already gravitating towards becoming a failed state. It is you and I that can make a U-turn about that so that Nigeria can be a better place to live. That is my area where I have passion to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to the issue of the state of regulation of lawyers. What is your assessment of the current state of regulation of lawyers in Nigeria? What would you do if elected as president of the bar to curb professional indiscipline of lawyers, especially with regards to making the LPDC more effective? YC Michael, please go first.
Thank you very much.
Please come here. Please come here, sir. Okay. Please come here, sir.
I just want to say outrightly that issues of professional misconduct would not be condoned under my watch by any member of the legal profession. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter your position, we would bring you to book. And because regulation is important for us to earn the confidence of the public in order to drive the sort of leadership that Nigerians are looking for, we must also be sincere and honest in dealing with the issues of professional misconduct amongst us. Now, talking about regulation, we are not satisfied with the state of affairs right now with the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee because the Nigerian Bar Association literally plays a role of a complainant only to the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee. It is not enough that the Nigerian Bar Association can only make complaints against its own members. It must participate in the discipline of its own members because that is the only way that we can earn the confidence and the respect of the public for us to continue to do what we ought to do. I was privileged to be part of the Legal Practitioners Regulation Review Committee under the administration of Mr. A.B. Mahmood. We came up with fantastic recommendations for the regulation of the legal profession in this country, and that is where we also made clear recommendations not to allow a body like the body of benchers that is populated by government agents to take control of the legal profession in this country. We would not allow that, and we would stand by the position of the Nigerian Bar Association as articulated in the letter by the President of the Nigerian Bar Association addressed to the chairman of Body of Benchers. I completely stand with that particular position, and I'm saying that allow us to regulate this, our profession. We will deal with issues of
According to Chino Achebe, we must first learn where the rain began to beat us. I have served the committee, Legal Practitioners Committee, as Secretary, North Central, the committee that was charged with the responsibility of investigating petitions against our colleagues. That was in 2016. In 2017, I was a prosecutor with the LPDC. And again, by providence, in 2018, I became the General Secretary. All these three key in the running of the LPDC. Now, where lies the problem that we're enmeshed in today? It is foremost the rules that we have. The rules provided the NBA to have committees that will investigate petitions, sift, and once there's a prima facie case, it is thereafter forwarded, a formal charge is filed and forwarded to LPDC. That was the rule. Now, those committees had issues of funding. I recall as General Secretary, I had one of the committee chairpersons who sent in a bill of 3 million naira out-of-pocket expenses, but then the bar did not have provision for those funds to be reimbursed to the committee members. Now, that was a challenge. Again, prosecutors come, leave their practice, render selfless service to the bar, timely, at times once a month. They need accommodation provided by the NBA, Stipends are provided in addition to their flight or travel logistics. NBA usually does not have funds to run the disciplinary process. Now, what we need to do is to go back to the CJN to first of all amend the rules, which today has completely excluded the NBA from playing any role at all. Fine-tune the rules because the bar must play a
Thank you, Shola. Thomas Addy, in his book, Test of the Devils, tells us that where there's a will, there's a way. I have the will. As a certificated and certified teacher and a disciplinarian, as a former member of the Bar Council, former member of the Council of Legal Education, and someone who did a short course on regulation at the London School of Economics and Political Science in 2010, I will ensure that we amend the RPC rules 2007. I will ensure that we have procedural rules that are practicable, and implementable. I will ensure that victims of professional misconduct by us are allowed to bring in their counsel to prosecute the matters so that the counsel appointed by NBA will not conspire with the lawyers being complained against. So these are some of the practical steps I will take, and I will ensure that we have several of these subcommittees that sit in different regions so that complainants and parties do not come all the way, for example, from Lagos, from Sokoto, from Yola, from Port Harcourt, Degema, and what have you, to come to Abuja, and these matters do not go on. And I will ensure that the disciplinary committee, the LPDC, as well, will encourage the LPPC to sit and handle cases virtually and on a hybrid level so that these cases can move on, because there is too much and enormous delay in the justice sector, generally speaking. So this is my take on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we need to keep the noise down so we can hear our candidates. We need to keep the noise down so we can hear our candidates. The candidates are practically shouting. So please reduce the noise so we can all hear them. Now I'm going to go on to a question that touches on the relationship between judges and lawyers, and specifically the rise of corruption cases, especially on the bench. It has created a lot of concern in the country. Some say that lawyers are guilty of compromising judicial officers. Some lawyers even consider this as an area of practice, luring judges with economic incentives to secure predetermined outcomes in cases before the courts. Sad but true. What do you think of this state of affairs, and how would you work to eradicate it? Can I start with you? J.K. Gadzama SN.
Now, admittedly, we have bad eggs among us. The Nigerian Bar Association is a microcosm of the entirety of the country, and it's manned by Nigerians as well. We must fish out the bad eggs. And from my heart of heart, from the depth of my soul, and from the bottom of my heart, I want to admit that many of us compromise as lawyers. We encourage judicial officers who sit innocently, but many lawyers go to drag them into the pit. That must stop immediately. And I want to recollect and remind us that Section 55, subsection 1 and 2 of the RPC tells us that where a lawyer is aware of an act or an omission by way of committing any infraction on the rules, you have a duty to complain to the LPDC. And if you don't do that, you also as a lawyer that is aware of the commission of such an act of misconduct by a colleague, you have also committed an act of misconduct. So let us all come together. Let us come to a round table and say that the past is past. Let's forgive ourselves and start on a clean slate for a better bar. The past is past, and let me remind us, there is no saint without a past, and there is also no saint without a past, and also you don't have a sinner that does not have a future. I hope you agree with me. So we can together have a conversation on the way forward, but I don't condone it. I don't encourage it, right? Like I said earlier, I won't do that.
Thank you. Thank you. YC Mekiao, SAN.
Yes, thank you very much. The issue of the alleged corruption in the judiciary cannot be taken in isolation from the conduct of the members of the bar. I'm gratified by the fact that the three of us that are standing before our colleagues this afternoon are all litigators. That is to say, our conduct can be found in the pages of law reports. Just like we get precedents that we cite in support of positions in courts, our conduct in the way we did our things and the way we are doing them and would continue to do them are there in the pages of the law report. Let me say this, it takes two to tango. There is no judge that is corrupt, and if you allege any corruption against any judge, there must be a lawyer who is also prepared to work in tandem with that particular judge. So when we stand here and begin to cast aspersion on the judiciary, we must remember that we are the ones who approach them with these untoward offers. And once we find those of them that have no strong character, they yield to it and we corrupt the entire system. What are we going to do? We need to begin to sensitize ourselves that we can't be motivated to do the things that we do in this call to serve justice other than to serve justice. Once our motivation as lawyers or members of the bench is simply something else other than justice, it could be the pecuniary consideration that we get and all. Once that is the motivation for the things we do, then we are not going to perform optimally, efficiently, or even at all in our call to serve this justice. So our motivations must be to serve justice, and what we represent in this respect can be found in the pages of law reports, and I commend those law reports to you to look at and know who.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tidy.
It is possible to deal with corruption in the judiciary. But just like you have the disciplinary mechanism of the bar in a coma, what is the disciplinary mechanism of the National Judicial Council? A body saddled with responsibility to discipline erring judicial officers. And I take you straight to the point. Of all the allegations and convictions against judicial officers, all of them have been set aside on appeal to the Supreme Court on technical grounds. So it means that the impunity lives with us, and so we must go back to the NJC and deal with the disciplinary mechanism. It requires constitutional amendment. Yes, the bar is better placed to take that leading role. Again, when you say it takes two to tango, deal with the problem with the judiciary, simultaneously deal with the problem with us at the bar. That way, you are dealing with the two cankerworms that are contributing to entrenching corruption that is embarrassing all of us. In addition to that, we must get our courts to move away from the regime of technicalities that is giving room and promoting some cases to become lucrative. I am not standing here to criticize their lordships on the decisions handed down, but we have a privilege of saying that here, that some decisions cannot stand the test of the common man who is on the street, and he keeps to wonder how much went under the table before this judgment was delivered. And that is the truth. So public perception embarrassing us. It's either we choose to deal with the problem, I will deal with it now. This is the time. or we continue to live with it and continue to call ourselves names. But I think very strongly that tidy is equal to the task to confront all the issues around corruption, whether within or outside the bar.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tidy, I'm going to stick with you. A proposal once made to appoint lawyers to the bench, the Supreme Court in particular, never saw the light of day. What do you think of the idea of elevating lawyers to the bench? Would you do anything to bring this to fruition? If yes, please tell us, especially as the judiciary is overwhelmed by the very high number of cases in our courts.
The judiciary of the past, we are far departed from what we used to have. Now it has become godfatherism and hereditary. So you must belong to a particular blood circle to occupy prominent places in the judiciary. So what do we need to do to deal with the problem? We have very fantastic brains at the bar. I'm very disappointed that in the ongoing exercise to elevate, to appoint justices for the Supreme Court, not a single member of the private bar is on that. The legal profession belongs to all of us, and the more you have the blend of the bench and the bar, the merrier. But here we have only the bench promoting themselves to the exclusion of the bar. This is unacceptable. Again, is it not time that we ask that sitting judicial officers seeking elevation to the appellate court, elevate them to the appellate court? It's not enough to look at the number of judgments that you have delivered. We should go to populate our law reports. This is the responsibility of the bar to insist that we cannot be discriminated against. This is our legal profession, and that we must always have infusion, not only to the Supreme Court, but even to the other tiers of courts, so that our members that are qualified and are willing to serve at the bench are given the opportunity to serve on merit. So it cannot be that you completely exclude them and then leave the public to assume that all private practitioners cannot occupy such positions on the bench.
Thank you. J.K. Gadzama, SAN.
My time, okay. Before I became a lawyer, that was what was implementable. That was the relic. Lawyers from practice could go straight to the courts and become members of the bench. Now, when I was chairman of MBA in Abuja, 2002 to 2004, I implemented that. 50% of those appointed to raise the number to 50 in Abuja FCT judiciary were in practice, not just in the High Court. The likes of Jude Okeke, my vice chairman, Honorable Justice Aneni, all the way from Edo, as a magistrate. This was what we did. I was the chairman. If you make me the president of MBA, I will ensure that is done at the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court through the amendment of the relevant laws, so that lawyers with abilities, lawyers with competencies, and we'll have many of them. The other day, Dr. Olisa Abakoba, SAN, and even Chief Tony Ibe's SAN's name were sent, but nothing happened. We have to stand firm. We have to fight for our rights. After all, the entirety of the legal profession comprises of two groups, the bar and the bench. So we have our rights. We have to insist on that politely and follow legitimate procedure and ensure that that is done. And it is doable, and we can do it. I've done it before. Whoever tells you you can do it, where is the evidence you have done it before? I've done it before at the lowest level. I can do it. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Thank you. YC Mekel, SAN.
Yes, so it is pathetic, to say the least, that members of the private bar are not allowed to make the appellate courts. I totally disagree with that. It is completely unacceptable. My Lord Honorable Justice Ejembi Eko, who's just retired from the Supreme Court, alluded to the value that bringing people from the private bar, legal practitioners from the private bar, does on the bench of the Supreme Court or any of the appellate courts. So that is something that I seriously subscribe to, and we would continue to advocate to make sure that members of the private bar are allowed into the bench of the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeal in order to bring that diversity. What is even the problem is how that judges who are not exposed to certain disciplines move, for instance, to the Court of Appeal, and they are made to sit over decisions with respect to which they really haven't had any expertise. I give you an example. A judge who is sitting in Sokoto, for instance, or in Kano, is not likely to have been exposed to any matter that has to do with maritime law. Then he goes to the Court of Appeal and is posted to Lagos. Issues of maritime law would come up, issues of taxation would come up, and then he's made to sit over that particular matter. Meanwhile, at the trial court where he sat, he never had such experience. So is it possible that it is time for us to begin to experience or experiment having state appeal courts, so that the expertise that these judges had from the trial court will be meaningful to them when they get to the state appeal court, and then we reduce the work at the Supreme Court level? Let us just insist that as a policy-making court, only certain limited matters will go to the Supreme Court, and that way we will reduce the workload of the Supreme Court, and they are going to be more effective. So that is the sort of thing that we will continue to advocate in order to get the proper mix in all levels of our courts in this country.
Thank you. So let me reiterate again that these are questions that came from your colleagues, members of the legal profession. This next question, I'll start with you, YC Mekiao, SAN. The issue of lawyers and law enforcement agencies and security agencies continues. What would you do as president of the bar to protect lawyers from the police and other such law enforcement agencies, and to check the abuses of lawyers by these officers and institutions and ensure that they are eradicated?
Well, so in the immediate is to confront those issues head-on. And how do you do that? You speak to the authorities that regulate these officers that are concerned and try to get that understanding between lawyers and these law enforcement agencies. That is what we have to do, and we have to deal with each case as it arises. Now, on the long-term basis, what should we do? And we have to begin to plan that right now. If the Nigerian Bar Association as a body uses its own platform and begins to get employment into these security agencies for members of the Nigerian Bar Association, what we are doing is to populate these agencies with our members. And on the long run, imagine we started doing this maybe 30 years ago. By now, we would begin to have commissioners of police. We'll begin to have directors of custom in different levels of these security agencies, in the military and all, who will be indebted to the Nigerian Bar Association. It's not likely that someone who is a commissioner of police, on the basis of that interface between the Nigerian Bar Association and the Nigerian police that secured that employment for him in the Nigerian police force, is going to allow any lawyer to be molested in any of the police stations in that particular state, or you become the DPO or you become the area commander. That is not going to happen. So in the immediate, we have to deal with those cases as they come up. Of course, we'll go and meet with them. We will talk to them. Cases of abuse of lawyers have to be treated by us. I personally would go. We have cases where even as MBA Welfare Committee, I went and visited police stations, visited Federal Road Safety Commission in order to deal with cases of abuse of lawyers. And so that is something we have done even at the level of MBA Welfare Committee. And it's not going to be a problem for us to carry that on if we get in by the special grace of God to become the president of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Thank you, Lanetso. Jonathan Tiding.
The issue of brutalization of our colleagues by security agents, particularly the police and other security agents, is very embarrassing and regrettable. But let us understand the problem. While the lawyer is performing his professional duty to represent clients, when he steps into the police station, the mindset of the policeman is that you are coming to obstruct the work that I've been employed to do. So, first of all, there is that lack of understanding of the role of the lawyer by the policeman or other security agents. you agree with me that the prevalence of brutalization of our colleagues is less in the military. And that tells me that because we have lawyers in the military forum, most of those issues do not crop up. So with immediate effect, there's a need to have a forum for policemen and other security agents so that they are part of the NBA. They must have space on the table so that we can resolve their issues. In addition to that, the bar should pay attention to the training our policemen and other security agents receive. Some of them, after enlisting into those forces, they have never received any form of training. So we have a duty to them, to society, because they don't only brutalize our colleagues, they also brutalize Nigerians, innocent citizens that are coming before them for investigation. So we need to go back, donor funds, let us put in place small training so that we can educate them, and then put them through, and I can bet you they will become better, and Taidi is ready to source for those avenues to make sure that we have better relations here.
Thank you. Leonard Silk, JK Gadzama, SAN.
Thank you. My colleagues, you call me father of MBA Fidel. You call me father of MBA SAC. I will do what I've been doing. You see where we are today? 2 months ago, I gathered almost 2,000 lawyers. The records are there. We invited all the security agencies and they were represented. We'll continue with town hall meetings. We'll engage all the security agencies in Nigeria, about 2 dozen of them, from the police down the ladder. We'll have rules and terms of engagement, the do's and the don'ts for both the lawyers and the agents and agencies. And again, we have several divisional police stations in Nigeria. Why can't you and I work hard and make sure that we have legal advisors, directors in these police stations, and empowering our young lawyers? Why can't we do that? And they will ensure rule of law and compliance with human rights procedures and requirements. There are many things to do, right? And again, visitations to all these agencies, which I have been doing, and we have been able to get results. We've been able to get public apology. We've been able to get 10 million for a lawyer in Lagos whose money was not paid to. Thank you. I hope that's not part of my time. Now, we've been able to get court orders. I have been able to be the lead counsel in many cases. Look, a situation where the Nigerian lawyer is incarcerated, is detained, is embarrassed, is molested, is degraded, is dehumanized, is uncalled for, and is unpardonable. I will stand against that. I will fight it to the logical conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard Silk. I'm going to stick with you. The issue of poor economic conditions of lawyers in Nigeria continues to be a sore topic. What would you do specifically to improve the general welfare and well-being of lawyers in Nigeria? JK Gadzama, SAN.
Oh, okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, I have spoken earlier, and for the welfare of lawyers, particularly young lawyers, I have listed 15 things to be done, right? Many of them will be done. And because of paucity of time, I will just give you a few. One, we will ensure that our lawyers are secured and they are allowed to do their work at the police stations. We will ensure that lawyers are allowed to go to CAC and do their work as lawyers representing clerks, and disallow quacks from preventing them to do those works. We will make sure that our young lawyers between 1 and 7 and even up to 10 are able to go to magistrate courts and customary courts and area courts and do cases and earn revenue as we did in the past, right? We'll make sure that lawyers are able to go to land registries all over the country and make money for themselves and live well, right? We'll make sure that your welfare is catered for, and that we'll make sure that senior lawyers, employers of labor, pay lawyers and appreciate them. For example, they say charity begins at home. I pay my lawyers reasonably. My lawyers get free loans, interest-free loans, and I will ensure that that happens even at the MBA level. There are many young lawyers who are talented, who work hard, and who want to go for further studies and they don't have the money. I can make the MBA agree and give a percentage of the back practice fees and then get senior lawyers to donate so that deserving lawyers, a committee will now recommend those who can be supported to go and further their school education, whether in Nigeria or beyond the seas. There are many things to do. It's a pity that time cannot allow me to mention all. Right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Tidy.
The issue of welfare of our members must take the front seat. Where was the NBA when KAMA was amended and all the roles played by lawyers taken away? Weren't even carried along. Now there's a need to go back urgently to amend KAMA at the National Assembly to say you cannot exclude lawyers from corporate practice. Secondly, how do you expect the lawyer who has done his own part, but because the system is not working, to take the blame? What I mean is simple. Our administration of justice system is not only slow, but it is as epileptic as power supply in Nigeria. You go to court, the court is not going to sit by 11 o'clock, you are told, my lord is not sitting. No courtesy accorded to us. The clients are losing interest by the day, so we must bring back the interest of the citizenry in our legal practice so that our lawyers can earn more income. Secondly, we must also look at the area of the facilities that are available to work with. We cannot, it's not rocket science. Our members, particularly in the rural branches, do not have access to working tools. Digital libraries should be provided for all members so that they can access authorities to be able to carry out their trade to earn more money. Finally, every company in Nigeria that has a turnover of 20 million above, be made to mandatorily engage a legal practitioner. That must be on the payroll. Minimum earnings from that job. And so many other areas, we have new areas of practice. Imagine, we must equip our members to take into those areas, space law, sports law, and so on and so forth. The bar must take the lead.
Thank you very much.
So, lawyers can make money and generate more revenue when the quality of their service is improved. Lawyers will make more money when we begin to feast not on the small pie that is available to us, concentrating on the traditional practice of law that we know, and begin to expand our horizon of practice. Lawyers would begin to make more money when they begin to think of other things that they can do other than the traditional practice of law. If we concentrate in the business of land dispute, we concentrate on simply tenancy matters that are the few things that we have to do, and we do not expand our horizon, the thinking of what we need to continue to do. There are emerging areas of practice. So continuing legal education program is something that is going to prepare us to venture into these other areas and begin to make money for ourselves. I agree that the Corporate Affairs Commission right under our noses, because there has never been any accountant who became, for instance, the Registrar General. It has always been lawyers. And it is the lack of understanding of what we need to do for ourselves that has brought us to that place. But what we can do right now is to make sure that we begin to develop the capacities of lawyers, the young lawyers particularly, expose them to other emerging areas of practice, and that way they will begin to make money. I went somewhere and someone said to me, the law pavilion that you have made available to us under the MBA welfare scheme has actually enabled me to make money. The continuing legal education program, I was privileged to do something on intellectual property that I never knew anything about. That has put money on my table. A week later, somebody came and gave me a brief on that particular subject, and I was able to make money out of it. So improve the capacity of lawyers and you will make money.
Time is fast spent, so we'll take our final question, and it's on globalization of legal services. Globalization of legal services has led to influx of foreign lawyers into our country. As the president of the NBA, what would you do to protect lawyers, to protect the legal profession? Yes, that's the question. What would you do to protect the legal profession in terms of globalization of legal services and partnerships? YC Mekiao, SAN.
Thank you very much. This is something that is very close to our hearts, even at the level of the NBA Welfare Committee, the protection of the legal space. And part of the amendment that has been sent to the National Assembly is the Legal Practitioners Act. Those that went ahead of us have put Section 2 of the Legal Practitioners Act to protect the legal space. But now with globalization, with the interruption by technology, the legal space has been opened up. There are lots of things that are happening by foreign lawyers getting into this country. Some foreign lawyers have employed lawyers that have been licensed to practice in Nigeria and redeployed them into the country in order to circumvent the provision of Section 2. We are working together with a committee already set up to ensure that the legal space is protected. We do not allow foreign lawyers to come in and take our own briefs that are meant for our local lawyers. But one thing we must also understand is that we cannot deny the reality of globalization. The market has been opened up globally. Someone who is in Singapore can pray using his simple device into your own territory, and he can access the brief that otherwise was meant for you. So the only way we can now be relevant in the space is to make sure that we develop our capacities, make sure that we become globally competitive, to eradicate the need for foreign investors, for instance, who are coming into our own space to come with their own lawyers. If we don't improve the quality of the service that we render to those who will certainly come into our own space to invest, there is no way we can remain globally competitive. And so we would continue to fall prey of those who would come into our own space because we are not able to satisfactorily render service of quality that would match what they are going to give to their clients. So again, I said we have to mind the development of the capacity of lawyers to be relevant in that space.
Very much. SAN.
Thank you, Shola, for this question that goes dear to my heart. I have been admitted to practice law in England in 2008 at the Lincoln's Inn. I do a lot of work in Dubai and Florida. Now, in other words, I have been able to do a comparative study and analysis. Now, what is our prayer, our wish, our hope? For the average Nigerian lawyer to be able to stand toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder with lawyers from any part of the world. One, we must go back to the basis and look at the curriculum as well as the syllabus at the university, at the various faculties of law. Two, the time at the Nigerian Law School, which is just basically 9 months. A lot of practical things are not being taught to the aspiring lawyers. And again, I have said it time without number, and it's also in my manifesto that I will, by the grace of God, if I become, and I'm becoming the next president of the Nigerian Bar Association, I will establish what is referred to, what can be referred to as the students' wing of the MBA, so that we can catch them young, right? Students who are not even lawyers, they will belong to that group and be getting information through some of the apps from us. And we can also do that, and that is what I do in my office. When you go to the office, you find about 30 interns from various faculties when they come for holiday in Nigeria. You catch them young, you teach them. I didn't benefit from that because I grew up in Borno and Maiduguri, but many got that. So the fact that I did not get it did not mean, or does not mean that I cannot do that for others. Now, I will replicate that at the highest level and encourage various chambers across the country to do that for our students, to take a lot of corpus, as we do each time we take not less than 30, to take a lot of students from various faculties, and even those who have not been able to get jobs, as I did recently with about 10 young lawyers from MBA Abuja who are yet to get placement. They are with me for the next 6 months, and they receive salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Tidy.
Even in the face of globalization, it is unacceptable to have our legal space taken over by foreigners, because Nigerians don't have that opportunity to operate in other climes, even though we have the best brains across the world. Medical doctors outside Nigeria, the very best of them are Nigerians. Lawyers, excellent lawyers everywhere, yet there are certain things that have made it possible for foreigners to invade our practice space. So there must be something that is wrong that we need to do here to be able to balance up and ensure that it is tit for tat. Once our colleagues do not have access to practice under the guise of globalization out there, then we must also have very restrictive practice here. Another problem that I see that is at the root of this is our system is not working. Why will it take 10 years to adjudicate on a simple matter of contract? And so they found a very simple way of inserting arbitration clauses in agreements. Under that guise, they take arbitration venues outside Nigeria, and a lot of money that will have been earned by us here. So we must also look inwards and fine-tune the judicial institution that is not allowing for business to thrive in our country. In addition, we need to equip our colleagues so that they can compete anywhere in the world as legal practitioners. That way, there will be it will become a thing of the past. So the bar must take very keen interest in what are the things that make this place very attractive for foreign incursion, so that we can put a wedge and see how we showcase our best to be able to take over thereafter.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take closing statements, 1 minute. 1 minute each. Closing statements. I'm going to reverse it. Mr. Tidy, you spoke last when we started, so you go first. Reverse.
Closing statements. You know, this bar association, those that were opposed to Olumide Akpata coming as president are the ones at the forefront today wanting to run to take over from him to continue with his legacies. I tell you this, the body of senior advocates and most of the senior advocates were very unhappy when Olumide Akpata emerged. Today there is a success story. They want to take over the glory and say, no, we are now going to take the bar because we can do better than Olumide Akpata. Let us not allow minority rule again in our climb. What happened in South Africa so many years ago, let us sustain our revolution here. The bar belongs to us, and let us run the bar for the benefit of all, not for the minority to impose their values on us to the detriment of the profession. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. YC Mekiao, SAN.
Well, in closing, the Nigerian Bar Association is no doubt a critical element in the building of this nation. It also remains a critical element in the recovery of this nation. Every quality, every brilliance that you have to deliver on the platform of the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association can only be achieved on the platform of honesty, integrity, and sincerity. That I am offering. And I hear that Taidi is tidy. I hear that JK is okay. But I also know both of them need to be Michael. JK Gazama Michael. And Taidi also needs to be Michael. I offer that, and I don't mind them adding that to their names. Thank you very much.
JK Gadzama, SAN.
YC is my in-law, brother-in-law. Taidi is my friend, he respects me. They are eminently qualified to be president of NBA. But the difference is that I am the primus inter pares. I am the first among equals. Secondly, the time to resuscitate, rejig, reanimate, and reinvent and rebrand the bar is now. Nigeria, there is a lot of things that make us see a lot of insanity in Nigeria. The time to reverse it is now, and it is you and I that can do that. I am professionally, ethically, spiritually, psychologically, emotionally ready to serve the bar.
My loyalty is to the Constitution of the NBA, Constitution of Nigeria, God the Almighty, and the yearnings of the teeming lawyers in Nigeria. God bless you.
Thank you. Please, can I have just the presidential candidates take a photograph? Can I have just the presidential candidates take their photograph? Presidential candidates only, please. Please take the photo. Yes, for just the presidential candidates. Just the candidates, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we observe some silence? This proceedings is not yet over. Leonard Silk.
Hello? Hello? Please, can we have all the candidates present here come up, take pictures with the members of the ECNBA? Interested in taking pictures. Can we have members, can we have candidates who are physically present come up stage to take pictures with the members of the ECNBA? Candidates, please come on stage to take pictures with the members of the ECNBA. Please, let's be fast about it. Can we have candidates who are here present? Please come up stage quickly. Thank you. It's not about name, it's about pictures. Thank you very much. Secretary of the ECNBA.
Distinguished members of the bar, we'd like to thank you, but before we wrap this event, we have a few information for you, which we think is very vital for purposes of the election. We urge you to please remain very calm and give us just 5 minutes. It will help you to hear these instructions now. The elections are next weekend, and we want to pass a vital information to you before we call it a day. You may have listened to our TSC speak. The notice that we have just published is not for every eligible voter. There are certain specified qualified voters that must verify if they are going to vote in the next election. Check the ECNBA website and just follow the procedures. We thank you all for coming. It couldn't have been a success without you all, the candidates and our audience. At some point, we had views at different times, more than 7,000 people. And we want to thank the online participants profusely for staying and being a part of this event. We thank the ECNBA members for putting this together, and we thank you all. And we look forward to the election next week. Thank you, and God bless you.